Record. All right, buddy. Welcome everybody to Hash Church, season 12, episode 21, Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I hope you're all doing well. I do hope you're all doing well. I am going to quickly delete my voice because it's super annoying to hear in my headphones. Got a nice show organized for you today, a new company that we're going to be promoting and supporting and talking about. But first and foremost, let me get that out of the way. Let me get this into the way. And let me begin by shouting out our sponsors. So new sponsor, today's episode of Hash Church is sponsored by PureFlowe. So this is an advanced hollow vortex filter technology designed specifically for cannabis pre-rolls. So PureFlowe rethinks the traditional paper crutch by improving airflow, supporting a smooth draw, and helping preserve the flavor and character of the flower or infusion. Sort of built for, top quality pre-rolls, infused joints, and connoisseur level smoking experience. PureFlowe, it's helping push the category forward with better design, better function, and a cleaner session from start to finish. So we want to thank PureFlowe team for supporting Hash Church and the culture. We've got a whole conversation that we're going to be talking about it today. And because I just started smoking joints again in the last 5 to 6 months, I kind of came across this, thought it was pretty cool, and thought, this might be a good idea for us to promote. The Press Club. What can be said about the Press Club? These guys have been supporting us. We're on year 2 now. If you want to elevate your solventless game at Hash Church with the Press Club's top tier lineup of rosin extraction essentials, proudly supporting the community through top tier tools that make clean, potent concentrates a breeze, from their legendary rosin bags with the pink stitch, the proprietary pink stitch, unbeatable durability, 0 blowout guarantees, high quality yields, and really to award-winning wash bags, premium parchment, paper pre-press molds, and innovative Press Club rosin press for precise heat and pressure control. Whether you're crafting at home or scaling up, their iso swab stations, collection plates keep your setup spotless and efficient, all crafted with 100% food grade dye-free nylon for contaminant-free results that preserve those precious volatile organic compounds. You can join the Press Club in championing Hash Church by heading over to thepressclub.co today and gear up for your next epic press. Of course, we would be remiss to not mention our good friends over at Puffco. And if you want to elevate your sessions at Hash Church with Puffco's cutting edge lineup, you can check it out by starting with the innovative Pivot, a pocket-sized dab pen that delivers full-size rig experience on the go, featuring a quick-release 3D chamber for premium flavor and real-time temperature control, with 4 heat presets and haptic feedback. For epic group rips, you can dive into the Puffco Peak Pro, powered by revolutionary 3D XL bowl technology, with a 78% larger chamber, even joystick for the sides to preserve terpenes, and an XL joystick for fuller loads with less reclaim. And don't miss the new Proxy, the modular portable powerhouse with 4 precision heat settings, fast 90-minute charging, boost mode for intense hits, and easy disassembly for seamless cleaning. Or you can turn it into the core by adding the top and the bottom from the Puffco lineup. For the core, it's perfect for any adventures. You can support Puffco's game-changing innovations by heading over to www.puffco.com or following Puffco on Instagram. So yeah, there's those guys. Awesome. I'm going to let the crew in here. We've got 8 people, if you can imagine, waiting to get in. This is pretty hardcore. Oh, Kyle's got his note keeper and his AI and his this and his that. All right, Kyle, look at you go with your AI notes and etc. Awesome. What's going on, Adam?
What's going on, man? How's it going?
Creed's been in the house for 15 minutes. I just wasn't able to let him in. Sorry about that, buddy. I feel that sometimes when I let people in before I get the sponsorship shout outs and all of that sort of thing going, I fuck up. So I don't let people in before it's 9 a.m. on a Sunday. God damn it!
We made it.
I'm hearing you guys, because right now I'm not. Microphone. Oh, there we go. Yes, that's probably what's doing it.
Perfect.
Can you guys just speak?
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Oh, I can hear you through my speaker now.
Hey,
Hey,
There
can
you
you hear
are.
me?
You're in my headphones. I can hear all of you. Good
Got me
morning.
here too?
Yeah, dude, I can hear
All
each
right.
and every one of you. Apologies.
Awesome.
See, I fuck up. It happens. Anyway, welcome. This is a whole crew, man. Welcome, Kyle and Creed and Robbie and Kyle's Fathom Note Taker. Welcome to Kyle's Fathom Note Taker, which will be in the box all day because Kyle decided to open a note taker on my. That's awesome. We'll deal with it. Yeah, so today we're in here. I'm actually gonna roll a joint for the first time ever on Hash Church, and I think I'm gonna smoke a joint in my office for the first time since I've owned this house. I have
Oh,
not
fuck
smoked
yeah.
a joint in my office. My wife was like,
Nice.
you're not gonna smoke a joint in the house, are you? I was like, oh, no, I don't think I'm going to. So gonna sleep in the doghouse tonight. That's fine. It's all good.
It's okay. You can smoke there
Ventilation?
too.
Dude, that's a very good point, Adam. You can smoke in the doghouse. So I think I mean Creed's already way ahead of us. I got some of these PureFlows right here. I do want to ask some advice, maybe from you, Creed, because you seem to be like really focused on this. I
Sure.
love these. I quite love them. The part I'm fucking up on is at the end. I think I'm stuffing. I've tried stuffing it lighter here, but what's happening as I get to the end, it's sucking the paper in. Like you can see the ripples on the paper each time I take a hit.
Yeah,
It's pulling it in. Is there a way for me to maybe pack a little looser? What's your
for sure. This is a bit of an interesting anomaly when it comes to pre-rolls, especially modern pre-rolls that are just increasing in potency, getting more and more
right?
potent. I mean, nowadays we're seeing things on the market that are upwards of 40%. And it's like I'm assuming that like once the joint is lit and the heat, the immense heat from the combustion is flowing through the joint, it's vaporizing a lot of this THC, pre-cherry. So, if you have a 40% THC joint, or even if you're smoking a high potency flower, in the high 20s or, some mythical 30% plus flowers, I'm seeing a lot of shrinkage, a lot of mass reduction. Your water vapor, your THC, it's all vanishing from the flower. It collapses in, it creates these little channels and blocks the airflow. I think a lot of the mitigation to these problems is uh, the particle size. When you're grinding your flour, if everything is a uniform particle size, it tends to interlock with each other and block the airflow. If you have chaotic particle size or a very coarse mill, I don't see those implosions and those wrinkles and the blockage happening as much.
That's
Well,
super interesting. Go ahead, Adam.
if I was gonna say if I could add to that, I think more than consistency of particle size, and you hit the nail on the head there. The coarser the grind, generally the better the airflow, right? You can pack better, with still allowing for again better airflow.
Yeah.
And what we found, especially with commercial manufacturing, and we see this with many of our customers, many of our competitors, is um, you grind to the requirement of the automation or the way that you're filling your joint.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas what you really want to do is you want to sort of replicate what it would be if you had your standard hand buster, right? And your
Mhm.
your hand buster is not grinding up these like tiny particulate. You're not grinding up dust. You're not rolling with dust, right? Like you want to maximize the grind size. So something that we've done is we've dialed our entire manufacturing line around maximizing the grind size so that it improves airflow all the way through. And Marcus, to speak to your question, like that bottom sort of third of the joint, a lot of automations and a lot of like even the knockbox and that kind of stuff, the different ways that they make joints, don't really pack that bottom third of the joint well enough, and that's what creates that wrinkled effect. And so I would actually tell you to go the other direction and don't pack it loose at the bottom. I would say pack it really properly at the bottom. So and make sure that you've got a consistent pack all the way through. You're
Mm-hmm.
gonna you're gonna at that you say the tighter the pack, the better it burns, and also you're gonna see the ember or sorry the ash burn brighter because and burn whiter because it just allows for proper airflow and compaction. So
well, I love that we got right into this conversation. I will say I packed mine very tight the first time. It was in my nature to think, well, I'll just pack this tight. And I also have to acknowledge that I haven't been smoking joints in a very long time. So for example, this is awesome. I'm a newbie. I'm a total newbie in this conversation, which is fucking mental when you really think about it. And I swear, when I did smoke joints back 30 years ago, I have still probably smoked more joints than many of the people that I know who have been smoking joints for 30 years, and I haven't been smoked. That's just how many joints I smoked back in the day, like 40, 50, 60 grams on a good day. Right.
Jesus.
Yeah, I was flipping pounds, man. I had free weed. It was easy peasy. 3 Lion of Judah, big fatty, thick Jamaican papers, 4-gram joints, complete insanity. I have never smoked a pre-roll. How about that? I have never smoked a pre-roll. Now, my joints that I'm rolling are not infused. I am using some very nice flour. I have a feeling when Creed said what he said, this crush grinder, it dusts cannabis. It's just like shoot, which I thought I loved, but now maybe I'll try a different grinder and see if I can't get a little bit of a thicker paper. But anyway, I'm going to smoke this joint while we were on this conversation. And instead of just, going deep into this right away, I think it would be cool to introduce the team, because we really haven't sort of met everyone. We got a ton of people on here that we haven't seen. Let me see if I can... I'd love to get rid of that Kyle's Fathom note taker, because every time I put it on the main screen, it shows up as a box. I can give you all the notes if you want to shut that down, Kyle. And then that way we just got each other and we can go.
I think there's also going to be a recording of this after.
It's all recorded. It's transcribed. You'll be able to search it 100%. I don't know if you guys saw my good buddies Bike and James took all of the 12 years of Hash Church and they transcribed the entire thing. And now if you go to hashbible.org, you can literally be like, hey, when did Skunkman Sam mention how to force flowering on greenhouse plants? You'll get links from Hash Church of every single time we spoke about that in the voice of the person who you're basically asking the question to in the first place. So this is a massive, and this will be this episode as well. So if we can put on some great information, this will be a searchable database for PureFlowe in the future. So yes, absolutely everything is beyond recorded. So what I'm thinking is, as I light this joint, God, I feel like I should send my wife a little message and just be like, hey, is it okay if it's good to respect your partner. And I have like the greatest partner on earth. So it would make no sense for me not to do that. So I'm going to send my wife a little text, make sure it's okay for me to smoke this joint. And in the meantime, why don't you start, Kyle, with a little introduction, and then you can kind of lead it down the line to whoever you want to pass it on to. And then the next person can choose I just want to hear from every single person on the panel.
Appreciate that, Marcus, and thanks for joining this fellowship, everybody here today. So it's been a long time coming for us to get this product into the market, and I'm really happy to have this forum to discuss it, talk about it, pick it apart, smoke it, enjoy it. But for an intro, my name's Kyle. I'm from Victoria, BC, which is on Vancouver Island, which many Canadians know as the cultural center of cannabis in Canada, I like to say. Many of the arguments and legislative battles that created legal cannabis started in Victoria, namely with Ted Smith and Owen Smith at the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club. And yeah, I started my journey in cannabis about 33 years ago, and been enjoying it ever since. So started out as an activist and used to go to the rallies at Beacon Hill Park in Victoria with the likes of Ian Hunter and Ted Smith, where we would actually have a Sunday session, a smoke-in at the park every Sunday. And lo and behold, one Sunday, one fateful afternoon, my best friend got arrested, and it was a big deal. And that's a whole nother story, but it kind of drove me underground. I stopped being an activist. I started growing marijuana and distributing marijuana, and got into the business side of weed, if you'll say. Been enjoying it my whole life. Around the time that the price of weed started to collapse, I had a few different people in the same week tell me I should get into shatter. And so there I was, going from woodshed to garage to basement to out in people's backyards, blasting shatter and making shatter. And from working with shatter, I got into oil and became a bit of an oil fanatic for the past decade or so. Consider myself pretty versed with oil and its various forms. Then I got into oil packaging, and from oil packaging, I decided to hyper focus on vape. And so been doing vape full time for the past 6 or 7 years. We do have another brand in the market for vape. It's called Acera. So Acera is designed to, my goal with Acera was to make a vape that tasted as good as a joint, because I've been a joint smoker my whole life. Acera is now very entrenched in the Canadian marketplace. We've got some big brands doing a lot of success with Acera, and it was finally time for us to lend attention to our other house brand, Stellar J's. And Stellar J's is for pre-rolls, yet I didn't want to just do every regular pre-roll like every other pre-roll in the market. So I've been searching for a way to make pre-rolls unique or make them different or better, or advance the pre-roll category somehow. And lo and behold, about 9 months ago, PureFlowe came across my desk, and I immediately saw that this was something different. It was, in my opinion, an advancement of the pre-roll category, and very happy to be launching the PureFlowe story here with you today, Marcus. And next week, we're going to be out in Toronto at the Grow Up conference. We're doing a big booth out there, and that's going to be the official launch of PureFlowe in Canada. We do have a couple dozen samples out across the country right now, and some of the initial feedback from various LPs has been quite astounding, which is really nice because, yeah, I went pretty hard into this PureFlowe avenue. And like you, Marcus, I'm in my home office, and I'm going to be rolling up a PureFlowe on my little Wu-Tang tray here pretty quick.
Oh,
And
Wu-Tang is for the children. It's for the children, my friend.
I'm just coming off a 2 week
Oh, that's sweet.
abstination. I've been sick, so I've had a 2 week tolerance break. So I'm planning to get some good feelings on my first PureFlowe here this morning. So on that note, thank you for listening to my intro, and thanks again for hosting us, Marcus.
Yeah, dude. Thanks, Kyle. Always a pleasure. I've known Kyle for quite a while. We both have wives named Charlene, for any of you that want an Easter egg of the Kyle and Mark relationship. There's not a lot of Charlenes out there in the world, so the fact that we both found one is pretty cool. I've been with mine for 37 years. I'm pretty sure you've been with yours for a while too.
It's true. It's true. And that was one of the things that I think brought us closer together, Marcus. I remember we did that double date last year in Vancouver.
Yep.
Or was that the year before? Time goes by quick, but we met at a local restaurant, had a double date with our Charlenes, and we both had nearly front row tickets to see the Marley Brothers at the Queen E, Damien and Stephen Marley. And what a show that was. That was awesome. What a great night.
Incredible for sure.
And sorry about leaving that high tea in your truck.
Oh, don't worry about that. That was well enjoyed. That was well enjoyed. Why don't we hear from Adam now?
Sure. Well, first of all, Marcus, thank you for having me here. It means a lot to be on your show. I've been in my family. My family has been growing, cultivating, selling weed for a very long time. Hash has been a big part of our day. I've got a saying: you can't smoke hash all day if you don't start in the morning. What's cool is, I've got some of the original bubble bags Marcus, he didn't hear us. I still have some of your original bubble bags that really again got me, my family into sort of washing hash, which is really at this point um, more fun than anything. And I don't really like trimming. I love growing weed. Don't really like trimming weed. So it all ends up in the wash. But just a little bit about me. So I've been an advocate for the space for a very long time, probably since 2014. I actually I wrote a thesis in university before cannabis was legalized uh, for the sociological impacts of the criminalization of cannabis in Canada. So, very well versed on the history. Have always understood that the legalization was a necessity, and it was an inevitability more than anything. So I've been an advocate. I was a volunteer in school with the CSSDP, which was the Canadian Students for Sensible Drug Policy. Volunteered with Leaf TO in Toronto as pot started to become legal, as well as Woman Grow. Worked at a dispensary in 2015 before the big influx of dispensaries. So back, say, before people were taking advantage and it was really just a medical space. Um, and then worked in media. I used to work for a company called Civilized, which you may have heard of. It's an older brand. Um, Really, it all kind of amalgamated to the beginning of our company, which started in 2021, called Pinners. And Pinners was a really early stage brand. This was a product that was really born out of COVID, when we identified that um, individual use size and not sharing joints, there was going to be a real market for. And the only thing that was really there were these short stubby joints which burned really hot, or these ready can readies which dominated the market because convenience was really what they were selling. It wasn't necessarily, the quality of the flower or the quality of the manufacturing or anything like that, because they were using cigarette paper, and it created this flavor. I call it a flavorless experience, because, as I'm sure everybody on here knows, that the terpenes and the cannabinoids are really what drives that experience, whether it's in one direction or the other. So we identified that, you know, there was an opportunity in the market. And the other piece was that, pre-rolls were an afterthought. And this has been the case since before legalization. Pre-rolls are really a product of recreational legalization. Before, they were giveaways, right? You were giving away a joint with every ounce you sold, or you gave someone a sample so they would come back and buy, a quarter an ounce or whatever it was. And typically it was your trim, it was your bottom of the bag, whatever it was. So for pinners, because we're not a cultivator and all we did was manufacture joints, it wasn't an afterthought, it was our only thought. And we really just kept doubling down on manufacturing. And interesting that we had Creed, you'd mentioned before about the grind size. Pinners was a custom designed cone with the smallest opening diameter that there is for a pre-roll cone. And the reason that we couldn't work with a co-manufacturer who had all these automation or knockbox or whatever is because our goal was to maximize the grind size, which could go into this tiny little cone. And we didn't find any external partner to be able to help us manufacture. So the only option was to sort of get into the game and start to do it ourselves. And for the last 5 years, we've been refining our craft. We've become sort of experts in our own space. And Pinners now is we've put a pin in Pinners because we've delisted all of our brands as we moved in and became our own licensed producer. And now what we do is we've doubled down on our manufacturing to really bring our expertise to our customers and bring it to the market in a way that is meaningful for them. And really, it's pretty incredible. The feedback that we've gotten is tremendous. So now we've got our company is called Jointcraft. We're located in Vaughan, Ontario. When we moved in, we took over the former Can Trust facility, which is a cool bit of history. So, and all of our walls are real. We don't have any
You're
of the
not
fake.
rocking any unlicensed rooms. I'm pretty
No,
sure
we're
you're
not
allowed
rocking.
to at
No,
that
that
building.
was the other facility. We got the real one.
You know what's neat about that facility is that was the realization that when you get in trouble in legal cannabis, it ain't the same as getting in trouble in illegal cannabis.
You've got that right. You've got that right. But what it did do is that I believe that Can Trust experience, that moment that was the catalyst for what burst the bubble in cannabis, because what it did do is it sent a message to the shareholders and the investors of the industry that maybe not everybody's as trustworthy as, as we once thought. So it's an interesting bit of history, and I would welcome all of you guys to come for a tour, come for a visit, because there are little tidbits around the building that we will never do away with, that are, reminders of our history, and keep us grounded in sort of reality. But Jointcraft has done incredible things. We've got an incredible team. We've got a proprietary manufacturing solution, which allows us once again to maximize the grind size, ensure that we have a consistent pack and proper dense pack all the way through the joint, and lends itself well to infused pre-rolls, uninfused pre-rolls, whatever it is. We do it, and we've grown our business now to the point where we're doing about 4 to 5 million pre-rolls every month, and we're growing quickly, which is very exciting. So, and the last thing that I'll say is, as you said, it's always good to be respectful to your partner. So I'm not going to smoke a joint in my condo, but I did mention this to Kyle. I will have to peel off for like an hour or so, because I am getting married, and it's my fiance's bridal party today, and I need to go. Thank you so much. And I need to go crash the party with some flowers that are not infused. And
for a second, I thought you were hardcore. I was like, listen, I'm getting married. I got to split for an hour. I'll be back after I get married, and we'll continue the show. I was like, damn,
dude,
this guy's like really dedicated.
if you've got I'll let you know when my wedding is, and if you got a podcast on that date, maybe I'll pop in for a little bit.
That's amazing, dude.
But really, guys, I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited to talk pre-rolls. It's a really excellent panel. It's a privilege to once again be on your show here. And again, you'll see me peel off probably shortly for about an hour or so. But I will be back, and really thank you for your time, and look forward to getting into it.
Thank you, Adam, and feel free to smoke another PureFlowe before you get back.
I will, and they are, you know what? They're very interesting, and I just texted you this, but I was expecting more Scooby snacks than I got.
Because it's
So,
hollow?
what? Pardon me?
Because it's hollow?
Well, because when you look at the bottom hole, can you see this? The bottom diameter, it
Yeah.
looks quite large.
Yeah.
But if you look in, yep, up
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
It's very different. So I don't know if it's a taper or not, but
It is an inverse cone in the cone. So the hole facing the biomass is much smaller, but you were expecting things to fall through.
well, I just when I initially looked at it, I said, well, this is, how does this solve that problem? And that inverse taper is key, and especially with like quality weed. And we talked about this for what PureFlowe is trying to do, is trying to appeal to sort of the premium area of the marketplace. And when you're talking about putting premium flower that has the right sort of moisture content, you're looking at like north of 12%. This is not going to turn into dust, and it's going to lend itself very well to a cone like this. So kudos to you and for the team at FTL and PureFlowe for bringing this to the market, because I think that everybody's looking for what I'm sure we'll talk about it, the charcoal filter or the this filter or the that filter. And I think that this really brings an interesting product to the conversation.
Dude, a Chad came up with the charcoal filter. He's like, why don't we use this charcoal filter? All it's doing is robbing all the flavors, all the volatile organic compounds will get stuck in here. They'll be able to breathe in a smooth, tasteless smoke.
Right?
It's the same guy. It's the same guys who are asking for weed that doesn't smell.
Of course.
It's like, bro, I got bad news for you. It's like, do you have booze that doesn't sting?
They're the same guys that want cannabis to be stable. That's why they're against the flavors. That's why they're against the volatile organic compounds. You guys call them terps. I would convince you to call them volatile organic compounds, because terpenes are the larger percentage, but it doesn't mean you're not smelling thiols and thiolates and aldehydes and esters and all these other things that are present in there. So robbing, really, to me, it's all about preserving those things. It's all about, even in the dab culture, why do we dab off of quartz instead of titanium? Well, because titanium tends to destroy the flavor profile more than it preserves it. And quartz, of course, is on the other side of that, where it the way it retains and releases heat is going to decide how well it destroys or preserves the volatile organic compounds in dab culture.
I think I can speak to this a little bit. Sorry if I may. I think what I do understand about, the corporate chads that are trying to create these filters, that rob the volatile compounds from the cannabis. I think their ideology is that they're trying to create a replicatable experience, something that is always the same across every aspect of it. And that's what that is a detriment to like their product design method. They're trying to create a regulated experience, a homogenized experience across every single, joint or cigarette that you pull out of the pack. So,
I just want to add in real quick. Sorry, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just trying to say that, if you think about from the Chad's perspective, that's exactly what they want. That's exactly what they want. They want to bring this into a very tight little bubble that they can keep it in. And if you know cannabis as well as I do, there is so many different flavor profiles, so many different things and avenues to go down, that if you do try to keep it in that, if you don't keep it in that flavor profile, you'll never be able to take control. And that's what the Chads want.
Yeah, well, that's exactly
it. Listen,
that's why craft cannabis will never die, in my opinion.
It will never die, and it's because as much as the guys who believe, listen, guys, cannabis is a commodity, and it 100% is. But the reality is, the guys who think that they're going to follow the typical CPG model, those are the guys who don't get it. They don't understand the plant, they don't understand the product, and they're trying to make, to your point, make something fit into a box that just won't fit.
Yep.
The
ignorance of man.
So let's keep going with the intros. Aaron, really appreciate you jumping on with us. I actually called Aaron I think 48 hours ago. After you told me you didn't have a second guest for us, Adam, I went through my Rolodex in my brain, and I came up with, hey, I should call Aaron. He's a cool guy from America. And most of us are Canadian on this panel today, Aaron, but maybe you could give us a little bit of your background and touch on points.
Yeah, absolutely. Boy, it's a lot. I'm gonna try and condense it for you guys. So I started in cannabis. I was growing plants when I was 16, but I really started heavily in cannabis probably around 2006 to 2006, maybe 2007, in California. That's where it was kind of the medical Wild West back then. To put it very loosely, I was the guy that if you had a garage, I had some lights. We should do something together, I was that guy. And at that time it was, like I said, the Wild West. I was taking duffel bags full of cannabis into a medical dispensary and coming out with cash. It was the greatest time of my young life. But from there, I actually used the money, and I used a decent amount of that money to put myself through different various schools, engineering schools, and I moved on to pharmaceutical manufacturing and the equipment in there, and I was designing clean rooms and manufacturing rooms for it's pharmaceutical, but it was nutritional supplements. Nutritional supplements were really big at that time. I mean, they still are, but they're under a slightly different mandate than pharmaceutical. And I was using all those loopholes the same way loopholes are in cannabis, you know? When the pandemic hit, I there was a lot of slowdown on manufacturing, and I moved into the cannabis area. The same type of knowledge I had through already growing and going through every different type of cannabis product, and then doing pharmaceutical manufacturing really kind of married together in the pandemic era. And I came back out and I kind of started focusing on this, and I ended up getting hooked up with two different companies. One company that was making pre-rolls. They were doing the tarantula style. Are you guys familiar with that?
What's
Essentially,
the tarantula style?
so that maybe is a California term. But essentially what it is the infused pre-roll where it's painted on the outside with distillate and rolled in Kief. I originally they were called tarantulas. A lot of people in California just adopted that term. I recently heard people in New Jersey using that same term for them, but people call them Jeters. People call them everything because of where they first seen them. But yes, that's what I got hooked up with there. We were using a knockbox, and we didn't like where it was going with that. We ended up trying to look at the next machinery that was available, and it was this, $100,000, $200,000 huge machines. And I just moved away from these big giant equipment. And I looked at it and I go, why is anyone spending that much money when you're making a pre-roll, So we developed in-house machines for ourselves. That's how my current company, Hummingbird, was born. In the early days of that, I to keep that afloat with a few other people, I ended up working for a co-manufacturer out of Berkeley, California. And I developed a lot of SOPs on infusion and how to infuse pre-rolls, internally infused, homogenized, and smokable, high percentages. I developed a lot of IP for them. And then as the Hummingbird, that's the current company I have that is making a pre-roll machine, started to take off, I ended up doubling back and moving into them. And now here I am, their main engineer and salesperson. So I've done everything with pre-rolls. I've done everything with cannabis. And yeah, it's fun to be on a panel with you guys, having so much knowledge in one place.
That's awesome, man. I really look forward to diving into this conversation of infusion and SOPs and all the different
Absolutely.
ways. Yeah,
Cal,
luckily we got some time today. So what's the tagline for Hummingbird, Aaron? Is it spin it to win it, or
honestly, the tagline for us is ask us about the perfect pre-roll.
nice.
Because honestly, packing a pre-roll is different than rolling, and you guys all know that. There's a different art form to do it. And
well, there's different people smoking them too.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about that. They are completely different people who roll and smoke hand-roll joints than who smoke pre-roll joints. And I would say that the people in the hand-roll world have a higher level of distinguishing what premium or top quality of anything actually is, which makes it easier because this larger group of people, which I get a ton of people are not stoked on this new group of people who are now making up the cannabis users group. We used to be a much smaller group, and some of us have lost sight that now it's why pre-rolls are so popular, like obviously, because the majority of people who want to smoke cannabis nowadays, they like the vape pen, they like the pre-roll joint. That's why I created Hash Hits, same idea as Adam, went from the pure hash joint I got to break this up into servings now. It's COVID. People can't share. Who the fuck wants to smoke a full gram of hash other than me? Yeah, and Adam in one shot. Well, not enough people. And so I get that. But yeah, to continue, please, Aaron, I was just kind of chiming in that I think they're very different
love
groups
that.
of people.
I love that. I'd love to get into my analogy for how I think pre-rolls are in the market. But I do feel like I'm taking up too much time, and there's so many other people who have so much more knowledge.
No, we're still going with the intros, and I feel bad.
Dude, we have 4
first.
hours. This show is 4 hours.
But Marcus,
Kyle,
I feel bad you called me first.
It's
It's supposed to be ladies first. So
Yeah.
Shelsin, I've actually never met you, but
Thank you.
talked to you a little bit over email. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience in cannabis and life and weed and pre-rolls?
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't have as much experience as you guys. Like, I started partaking in cannabis when it became legal. I don't have any like crazy Wild West illegal weed storage. I wish I did. Like, the most dangerous thing I did was smoke weed in high school when it was not legal yet. But that's, yeah, everything that I know about cannabis I learned after it was legalized. Yeah, I work for ANC Solutions. I've been with the company for 5 years now, so like I saw it like become from the very, very start when we were like figuring everything needed to be figured out. And then, yeah, I just grew with the company, started in production, and now I'm part of the quality assurance team. So I'm more like less hands-on with the cannabis stuff now. Still keeping all the knowledge in my head, still need it on a day-to-day basis for work. So it was very helpful to be in production for so long, so I could learn a lot of things for my job. Yeah, I'm not too educated on the scientific parts of it, but I do have a lot of knowledge on pre-rolls, because that's like the #1 product for ANC Solutions. Like, we make a lot of pre-rolls. Well, I think we make a lot of pre-rolls, but when Adam said was it Adam? You said you were making 4 to 5 million pre-rolls a month. I'm like, oh, maybe
it's okay. Listen, everybody, listen. There's a lot of white space here, and you know, just to touch on what Marcus said before about the new sort of era of consumer. Listen, guys, let's be real. Any new entrants who are coming into this space, 98% of them are never going to learn how to roll a joint.
Yeah, that's really sad.
That is we are all here skating to where the puck is going, and our marketplace is not getting any smaller. So there's lots of room, and ANC's got a wonderful history too. I mean, you guys were really the first company to put out a rosin infused joint, which at the time was like unheard of, because people, well, where everybody was just starting to wrap their head around what dry infusion meant. You guys had already, you know, started to play with wet infusion and get some things going, which was a really interesting area of the market, which now we're seeing with Jeters and GA and all these other all these other guys who are really dominating the space. So
a lot of innovation for sure. Yeah, ANC has had a lot of, trying new things, trying new ideas, try this pre-roll, try that. I just learned that I call them Kief coated joints, but they're actually called tarantulas. I like that name way better. That is way cooler than lame Kief coated pre-rolls. Maybe I'll suggest it to my team. Can we start calling them tarantulas? It's way shorter to write too.
We called them Fukushimas. You know,
what do you call them?
for those who know, we called them Fukushima pre-rolls. This was a pre-legalization brand, and if you're watching, I know that you're looking at what's going on here, but that was, listen, before legalization, at least in Toronto, there were these pre-rolls that were, it was all about pairing the infusion with the flower, with the coating. You saw a snake around the edge, you saw it rolled in Kief, and it was like, you know, you smoked it and you went to space because
Yeah.
the shit didn't exist. You know, the 40, 50,
Nobody was ready for
60% stuff.
that.
That's it. So
You're gonna start an argument in the comments from people from California and people from Canada on where it came first. Tarantula, you know, this back and forth.
I'll tell you something. Now they're becoming now they're becoming standards, which is
It's
crazy.
which is insane.
It's
Absolutely.
insane. I think that's, you know, it's a reflection of what the cannabis consumer wants, because there's still the number one question when a customer steps into a dispensary is, what's the highest potency for lowest price?
Yeah, but you know what?
But it's changing. It's changing, but that's the number one question.
Well,
You
and
know,
what they want is convenience, and that's why they're buying pre-rolls or
Ready
ice
to go.
cards, and that's why they're buying vape cards, right? Like you said, most of these new consumers, their first introduction to extracts is gonna be likely from an infused pre-roll or from a vape cart, right?
very
Well,
true.
it's your, you know, it's the way that people and hello everyone. Nice to meet you. Nice to see everybody. You know, the thing, there's been a lot of really great comments made, you know, thus far, and I feel like one of the things that Marcus was touching on that I feel like is important to highlight is that most people that are gonna buy flower need an entry point. And to get to that 3.5 gram jar at $55+ is a very hard very hard conversation unless they can try it. And that's really what it comes down to. You know, like I came up in an era where there was no testing. It was, you show up, you put your nose in the bag, you looked at it, you made, you know, you felt like you made the right decision based on the parameters that you thought were based on quality, which was how it looked, smelled, felt in your hand, and off you went. And, you know, now we have a totally different vernacular that we're trying to fit within, and some of these ideologies don't kind of follow with it. So, you know, to your point, the snake around the joint, we're looking for high tack, but really what someone's really screaming out loud inside to the bud tender, whoever they're talking to, is, I want an experience that's great. And that's really like, cut away all the stuff. That's what I hear. And when I hear like, I want the highest tack and I want all this stuff, it's really, it's a disguise. It's like it's trying to fit within a box that they feel like they need to ask these types of questions around. And it's not even about that. It's just about the experience. And I find often from just dealing with tons of consumers on a daily basis, you know, everyone has a different version of that. So I think a pre-roll in an infused pre-roll allows people to kind of get to that place that they're looking for, from an experiential point of view. And sure, you want to talk about numbers, that's fine, but that's a COA that happened in at one point in time along the life cycle of that flower or that said product. And most likely, if you tested that today, it's going to be different. And I don't know how anyone hangs their hat on any of these numbers, to be honest.
How about this? How about we take it a step further, Colin?
Yeah.
Do you think that COA is anything compared to what you're inhaling once you burn and vaporize the material, inhale it into your lungs? It's totally not the same COA at all. I guarantee
That's
you're probably
correct.
not getting anything the same
No.
as the COA, which
They
is
do
just a
have
neat thing that
parameters
we've
included for
locked into
for
this
that.
COA so hardcore.
Yes.
I got into this when, you know, God bless Doug. Dougie's just been hilariously trolling the rosin community and back and forth. It's just been hilarious. Personally, I thought it was funny. But he had mentioned, it was,
Shout out Dougie, dude. He's my guy.
yeah, I'm sure we'll get him on here eventually to be ridiculous. I don't want to lose my train of thought though, because I had a good point I wanted to make based on what you had just said in regards to Doug.
Well, while you're finding that, I just want to say, Colin,
Let's go.
I never thought about someone buying an eighth as a barrier, because when I came up, like an eighth was the smallest amount you could buy. Like if
But
you
that's
weren't
all we
buying,
knew. It's all we
But-
knew. And
but
I
I'm
think
thinking about that
An
new
eighth also never
consumer.
cost $60.
Someone walking into a store, they don't just have to buy the eighth if it's their first time. Now they need a grinder. Now they need rollies. Now they need a tray. And they also need to know what to do. And so I never thought about it like that, of like, oh, wow, an eighth could be intimidating. But a pre-roll at $5 or $10 is something easy. Now you just need a lighter. But I don't know if you found your thought, Marcus. Sorry.
No, I think I found it for him. So we were
Okay.
talking about COAs, Marcus, and you were getting really into COAs. We're all sort of guilty of being into COAs because I know I was too. I just thought
Yes.
this idea that, oh my God, I had this glimpse into the future that no one else has. And
Well,
it's,
you reminded me of exactly the point I was going to make, which was a BHO guy was upset with a rosin guy, and he was like, listen, like, our shit is minus 40 degrees, your shit is plus 160. We win. We have the most volatile organic compounds. And then he went in very eloquently and scientifically on how, because you're using this 160 degrees, you're totally altering the compounds in every way. So I flipped it back on him and I said, well, how are you inhaling this product? And he was like, I'm dabbing it. I'm like, oh, at what temperature?
right.
Are you dabbing it hotter than 160 degrees? And then I just copy and pasted his words and said, because at 160 degrees. And then I wrote all of the things that he wrote in regards to how terrible that heat was. And then I suggested, I hope you're not dabbing at a warmer temperature than 160 degrees, like God forbid 450. Oh my goodness, you must just be destroying all of those volatile organic compounds that you preserved with that minus 40 degrees Celsius temperature. Anyway, I thought it was funny. We're just all like, go ahead.
No, it's just interesting because like as you're saying that, I was thinking about the analogy of fresh squeezed orange juice and organic oranges versus conventional ground oranges and how, all these things. And they're all very, they can get very kind of closely related and you kind of get in this deep rabbit hole of this is better than that or that's different than this. At the end of the day, it all produces an end product that some people really favor over others. And the fact that we have it is awesome. And that's really at the end of the conversation for me. It's not about better or worse at that point because there's levels to both sides of that. There's terrible BHO, there's great BHO, there's terrible rosin, and there's also terrible, great rosin.
Exactly.
I think just to, because I'm gonna say this last and then I'm gonna peel off for a bit. But just to bring that thought into the pre-roll discussion, there's what I've learned in this sort of in this experience of the last 5 years and what's become a guiding philosophy for us is there's going to be weed of various potencies, of various flavor types, of various bud structures, and people are going to have different preferences. And, regardless of if someone's asking for the highest potency at the lowest price or the big, the loudest flavor or the most CBD or whatever it is, at the end of the day, what our job as pre-roll manufacturers is to make a consistent smoking experience from start to finish. So whether or not it is the most premium quads, that's the sticky icky, or you've got some outdoor flower that's been, you've added distillate and flavors into it, that smoking experience should be the same. And if you're a consumer, you're paying your hard-earned money for a joint. The cherry shouldn't fall off, the joint shouldn't run, the joint shouldn't clog. Doesn't matter if the quality of the flower, the only thing that should change in the joint is the quality of the inputs. How it's consumed, how it's smoked, that should be fixed. And that's I think that's really what probably all of us here believe, and all of us here are here to talk about, which is how do we get consistency in this product that has so much variability in its inputs, right? And how do we improve? We're a co-manufacturer. Our customers are the brands, are the licensed producers, are the guys who are out there, with their feet on the street. How do we make them and their customers happy? Because at the end of the day, what we're all doing, and what is really cool, because call me crazy, but I think all of us here are having a real impact on the market, having a genuine impact on the consumer, because why does anybody smoke a joint, or why does anybody smoke weed at all, right? Maybe they're depressed, maybe they're excited, maybe they're celebrating something, maybe they're dealing with anxiety, maybe they're dealing with physical pain, maybe they're dealing with hunger and they need, they're dealing with a chemotherapy or some sort of, there's so many different reasons why people smoke weed. So as creators of these products, we're creating those moments for those people. And, you know, it gives me great pride to know that we're creating 5 million moments a month for different consumers across Canada. That's not that's a weight we at Jointcraft carry, you know, very close to our heart. So creating that consistent experience where when you spend your $5 or $10 on a joint, that experience of consuming that product has no negativity, and what you bought is what you get. That's what drives us. So anyway, on
Nicely
that,
said, Adam.
Oh, I
I'm going to
agree.
say for the first few years, I never made it into the stores because I guess I didn't need to or whatever. But the first couple times I shopped at a store, it was generally to buy joints because I was on a camping trip and oh my God, I forgot my weed box and I don't want to buy another grinder and another tray. So I was buying pre-rolls. And my first couple experiences
they
buying pre-rolls,
sucked.
I was just like, oh my God, like I remember I opened one box and it wasn't twisted properly and half the joint was in the box and limp crutches and loose rolls. And I was just like, wow, there's a lot of bad quality. This is going back a couple of years. But Marcus, I'm going to say something. A lot of people told me, how are you going to go on a podcast for 4 hours? And I see why you need 4 hours now because we're an hour in. We haven't even finished the intros, bro.
Dude,
So
it'll go
Well,
by in a blink.
I'm gonna stop talking so you guys will
we
have lots
we
more
got we
time.
got Robbie, Creed, and Colin. Still for intros if you guys don't mind.
Yeah,
So
I'll go
maybe
next for
thank
sure.
you.
So, Robbie Fisher, coming to you from my basement office here in Calgary. I was born and raised in Winnipeg, Manitoba, like Marcus, but moved here right when I was graduating high school of 1999. When I first got into working in cannabis, it was almost a decade ago now. I used to work in the music industry. I used to throw nightclub events in the electronic music industry. And we used to sell all of our tickets at the head shops back in the day. And so we were very connected to the that culture side of the cannabis pre-legalization, where we were really close with a lot of the biggest head shops in Calgary, and that's where we sold all our tickets through. And we always kind of dreamed of, oh man, one day we should open up our own head shop. When legalization happens, we should have our own dispensary. These are some of the dreams that we had way back when. And then eventually, again, before legalization, we did realize that first dream and opened up a head shop selling glass in Calgary. And this is a total full circle moment and event in my cannabis career for sure, because back then, when our store was open 7 days a week, every Sunday, just in the background we would have hash church going on. So it's really cool that I've now come to a point where I'm a guest on this show. So I feel very humbled, and I appreciate the invite, Kyle, and thanks for having us, Marcus. But yeah, so that was kind of my introduction into working in cannabis. And then when COVID happened and the music stopped, that's when I made the full shift into a full-time career in cannabis, and I got a job working for Simply Solventless. And so that was 5 years ago when we started. We were working in Sundial's original facility, and we were working under their umbrella of licenses, so we didn't even have our own license. And we were just, doing solventless extracts. Essentially, we were, collecting dry sifts. So we were spinning cannabis material using Alchemist 420s and collecting dry sift. And we were washing fresh frozen material that had piled up across the country. There was a lot of fresh frozen material, and people were growing it with the field of dreams type of mentality. And so we saw a bit of a hole or a gap there. So we came in heavy with 3 low temp ospreys, and we started helping these people out who had this problem of all this fresh frozen cannabis that they had grown and no one to sell it to or nothing to do with it. So that's where we started. And, over time we started launching our in-house brands. And then we ended up having our merger with ANC. We originally were doing pre-rolls in-house. When we started our in-house brands, we were doing the live rosin infused pre-rolls, like you're saying. And eventually we started using ANC because it was so difficult and so time consuming. And, we tried different things. We tried knock boxes. We tried I think STM rocket box, but, when you start talking about the differences of real commercial production versus just like rolling joints at home, I'm like you, Marcus. I don't really consume a lot of cannabis by smoking anymore. I haven't for, almost 30 years myself. But on occasion, when I still do, I like it to be an enjoyable experience. I've become way more of a cannabis snob when it comes to smoking a joint. So unless it's really exciting to me because it's something different I haven't tried before, something exotic or something that I've longed for, that I've missed, that I tried once upon a time way back when, and I can't seem to find anymore. That's kind of one of the cool mystiques or whatever about my cannabis experience anyways, is just all the different strains and flavors and experiences that come from that. But yeah, I started my day with just a couple pinners that were rolled by one of my best friends who's also named Robbie. To me, I was like, I rolled a lot of joints when I was smoking joints, but it's been so long. When I first got invited to this show, the first thing I did is I called my friend Robbie. I said, Robbie, you got to roll a couple joints for me. So that's what I've started my morning with, is a couple hand-rolled straight pinners. Adam, that was cool hearing Adam's story. I didn't realize that Joint Craft was the same group that started pinners. So that was cool to hear that sort of evolution of their journey. But again, going back to commercial production, the only joints that we ever even attempted to roll at SSC were cones. And that's one of the big differences when we start talking about commercial joints, is the straight joint versus the cone. And, in our path or journey, we had seen similar style, cones or whatever to these, but actually not in the cone shape, just straight ones. And again, if you're using, when we had the rocket box, the worst thing about the rocket box, no offense to the people that make the rocket box, it's still a great machine for the right purposes or whatever, but one of our biggest problems with the rocket box was the waste and the destruction that we had to throw away, right? And
worst design I've ever seen in all of cannabis, man. I'll be real. STM, you guys come at me, whatever you want to do, but I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in waste just seeing the material drop through to the bottom to hit your metal particulate panel that then put metal into the material. It's like,
Holy shit.
Get a knockbox,
One of the biggest
guys.
things we
Dude, listen, I'm not even going to lie. When he mentioned the Alchemist 420, which are these square tumblers, also the
Another one.
worst design in the history of cannabis. And I don't give a fuck. I had 6 of them. I can say this exactly.
I agree.
Square. The membranes that the fronts went on, you couldn't like remove them, and they absorbed
hold on.
material.
We customized those and we made them better.
Of course,
And
but they were garbage machines, dude.
It was
And the
better than the
machines-
265s.
No,
I
they
feel
were
bad. I feel
Dude.
bad because we recently just sold one on Craigslist,
Oh yeah, you gotta get
and
rid of them, man.
and I felt bad of the guy I was giving it to.
Yeah,
Dude, they're a
'cause the
nightmare
screen-
for a federally regulated system. They really are. If you were in the black or gray market and you could just throw material into that thing, and first of all, a square
I didn't
tumbler
ask
is
him.
very rough and tough. You're tumbling in a way that is extremely aggressive to the material because of the way it's falling on these sharp 90-degree angles, which also makes it simultaneously the hardest machine to clean in the game. Like, it's like the amount of time that you have to spend cleaning this machine. It's like, dude, I'm telling you for a fact, you could literally, I could come into your facility and make hash faster.
On the bottom.
I could come into your facility and make hash faster with an 8-foot by 4-foot screen that I lay on the floor. I throw material down and I rake it. I can make 4 kilos every 10 minutes. People are always blown away. Do you know what people paid for those machines?
Too much.
Oh yeah, a lot.
And the screens, when the screens break, man, there's things alone. Each one of those, you're like
double-digit millions for those particular machines.
You guys are singing my song right now. That's
those screens were so expensive too. If you bought them, you know, like.
And how about this?
So easy to poke a hole.
The screens weren't big enough. The holes weren't big enough. So you were also throwing away a ton of your material, because back in the day when people made dry sift, they weighed what they got and they counted that as their yield. What they did not do is look at it with a microscope and realize that their 20% yield of material was a 2% yield of heads, which is, you know, you want to use a 200 to a 250 micron screen, pull a lot of material, and then clean it. And then you've got a bigger initial yield of heads, which is, you know, there's still people using 150 and 160 screens for dry sifting.
180, yeah. But for
no buts.
Different, you know, my dad always taught me use the right tool for the job, right? And there's different jobs out there for different intended purposes, right? There's a lot of people who are trying to make the cheapest tarantula they can make and put out onto the market, right?
Of course, because they want to save the most money
for all the freaking juice.
But that doesn't mean they want to waste material. If they were shown, hey, I can show you how to get way more material and it won't cost you any more money, I can promise you each and every one of those people, because they're so focused on getting the cheapest, which means they want to make the most, they're going to listen every time. People just didn't know when they bought those Alchemist 420s, you know, in regards to actually, and they sold it perfect because it was all about like selling it into the federally legal, right? They created an all stainless.
That's the thing. It was the stainless, dude. That's what got us all. We all got hook and line and sinker on the stainless. They're like, oh, stainless.
In the meantime, I still use resonators in the federally legal market, as well as bubble bags, not stainless steel screens. And guess what? They work great.
They work just fine. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't need to have stainless.
Let's hear an intro from Creed if we can.
I would love to hear an intro.
And we got Colin right after that.
Even though I've known Creed quite a while, I still want to hear your intro, dude.
Wow. Guys, damn. Fuck, so many tangents that I want to like go off on just based on all the things we covered. First hash church experience, obviously, known Marcus since I was quite young. I've been in the cannabis space probably since I was roughly 12 years old, in and out of the OG cannabis culture days alongside activists like Greg Williams, RIP, and Michelle Rainey and people like that. My parents were early Cannabis Cup judges and things like that. So I had access to some of the most exotic cultivars, you know, for the time when I was quite young, which led me to like quite a bit of cannabis science exposure. I became a dedicated weed nerd pretty early, and like so many of us here, I'm sure, I'm, you know, a pure product of prohibition. You know, I'm someone who became, you know, fascinated by the regulation and distribution and attempts to control the market. Started selling cannabis at a very early age. I know it was mentioned earlier, but you know, from the golden days where you could walk into, you know, some of these unlicensed facilities with duffel bags and walk out with cash in your hands if the product was good. When it comes to extracts and things like that, that's really my specialty. Some of my earliest experiences with separating resin were through mechanical separation, obviously through exposure to products like the bubble bags from Marcus. Big salute, obviously quadruple OG there. From that point on, I had some of the earliest experience with closed loop systems through companies like Iron Fist, based out of Washington. And I'd say as early as 2009, 2010, maybe, I was, experiencing uh, commercial production with all stainless steel equipment. We were running passively at the time. This is way before we knew how to heat and cool these systems appropriately. Um, Extraction basically was my main thing for the longest time. Got me in a lot of trouble, a lot of trouble. And anyone who's, been in the lab a lot understands the hazards throughout my process of learning, you know, the ins and outs of this business. I was involved in many, basically near-death experiences, trial by literal fire, I guess you could say. But I learned at a accelerated rate and ended up building a lot of labs during the pre-legalization period for various organized factions, so to speak. Um, which was a really, really cool experience. Although it led me down the wrong path, and eventually I was incarcerated for my involvement in these activities. And upon a small period and then a 2.5 year house arrest sentence, I was immediately essentially headhunted by a publicly traded holdings company that had a lot of diversified cannabis interest. This was Ad Astra Labs, at which point we developed several brands, a lot of category leading brands in Canada, probably developed close to 90 or 100 SKUs, all centrally distributed with that one LP. Moved on through recommendations from people like Kyle to the laboratory that I'm at now, which is Leaf Infusions. We have several brands under our umbrella, High Key being our concentrate focused brand with some pre-rolls. We have Biggies, which is a live resin and various minor cannabinoid infused gummies. And then we have a non-psychoactive brand called Trophy that's essentially all CBD focused. I really like what we were getting into earlier about the end user experience of products like pre-rolls. It's such a subjective experience and such an interesting topic. There's so many variables when it comes to creating a regulated kind of end user experience, and we're working with an organic input that changes, by the season. Anyways, I think it's very interesting. We approach it from kind of a deconstruction and reconstruction ideology, where we're trying to somehow perfect or redesign this plant that has millions of years of evolution on us. Our quest for purity and isolation only leads to advanced rates of degradation and oxidation and things like that. So there's so many things we could get into. There were so many good points made earlier. Really stoked to be here. And yeah, that's just the cliff notes.
Well said, sir. I understand you're so excited for Hash Church you could barely sleep last night. So I got to say you're pretty well spoken this morning.
Thank you. This is the earliest I've been up in so long. I can't tell you. I host nightclubs on the weekends as an MC, and I essentially came straight from the club to Hash Church. So hallelujah.
So Creed, before we hear from Colin,
yeah,
I'm gonna put you on the spot. Do you got
Sure.
a little flow for PureFlowe, little off the top of the dome this morning?
Oh man, you can't. It's not a party trick. You can't just snap your fingers and tell me to jump. But this is something hip hop is my life, my absolute obsession outside of cannabis. It's a complete lifestyle for me. It's incorporated in every product that I design. It's the basis of all the brands that I develop. And for many years, I was a full-time touring rapper, trying to cover up my real profession, which was large scale extraction. But yeah, good times. I ended up getting banned from every single nightclub and live music venue in the country for attempting to conceal my income through music, which led to some civil forfeiture and some seizure of assets, and that's a whole nother story we could get into. But yeah, music is a big part of my life too. And yeah, thanks, Kyle. Kyle's a hot spitter too. Kyle's got bars. He doesn't look like it, but this man can actually spit. It's crazy.
Oh, dude, Well, if you get inspired later in the show about PureFlowe, not to put you on the spot, but appreciate you being here, dude.
Yes,
And
sir. Thanks for having me.
hats off to Creed and his whole team at Leaf Infusions. I just want to say, when I first got my hands on PureFlowe, I made a bold claim at MJ BizCon. I said, I will sell this product in Q1. And thank you, Creed, because you you waited. You're like, I think you were down to 2 days to make a decision by the time I got you those samples.
Yeah. So I've
And
already commercialized the PureFlowe, what Kyle's getting into here. I got my hands on it very, very early. Thank you, Kyle. And I'm always looking for, I mean, as a product designer and product developer, you just gotta stay one step ahead of these other LPs because they will eat your lunch right off your table so quick. So Kyle and FTL, shout out FTLD, they've been right there with me in lockstep as I've designed products, for so many brands in the industry. I've used his Acera carts for a plethora of SKUs, and I recommend it. I'm a huge advocate for that cartridge, but yeah, you got to stay one step ahead of the competition. This is the first kind of advancement I've seen, I guess you could say, for pre-roll technology. I am a religious dabber and an extract smoker, so for me to kind of fall in love with smoking joints again, it's very interesting for me. But we tapped on, a homogenized, regulated experience when it comes to the consumer experience. This is the closest I've had to incredibly consistent pre-roll experience. And I've done a lot of R&D when it comes to PureFlowe. This is basically well over 100 roaches in this ashtray from the last month of product development. But yeah, I'll let the next man go.
well, wait a second,
thanks, man.
Creed. I just want to
Yeah.
ask you, you said you got PureFlowe in the market today. Couple
Yeah.
things there. I understand you concocted some kind of triple infusion into PureFlowe, and I'd like to learn more about that triple infusion and what was the inspiration behind that. And then also if you could touch upon the first couple drops. And I don't know, I was going to search Reddit last night to see if there's any market feedback on
Yeah.
the products you put in the market, but I understand you're already in a couple provinces with PureFlowe.
Yeah, for sure. I have 3 SKUs on direct delivery in BC, and we have 2 SKUs that just got picked up on Central at the OCS. So we're already rolling these cones in volume. They're gonna hit the streets any day. When it comes to the infusions, I'll try and keep it really short and sweet. I'm uh, a cannabis purist ideologically. I like to keep it true to strain. I'm working with only fresh frozen inputs aside for the dry cannabis flower I put in my pre-rolls. I like to essentially acquire the cannabis flower in its fresh frozen state and extract it for its terpene fraction and its THCA. Then I use that dry cured flower of that same cultivar for the base of my pre-roll, and I essentially just re-add the HTE and the THCA from that cultivar. So it's just a deconstructed and reconstructed, engineered product, I guess is what you could refer to it as. This is just sheerly for the sake of stability and large scale commercialization, but it's pretty effective, and I think it produces a really, really good product. I wake up thinking about it, and I want to smoke one as soon as I roll out of bed. So, anyways, I love it.
You just reminded me of a cool Kief interview I heard about 20 years ago, but he was talking about something else.
That guy's weird. That guy's really weird.
Dude, I saw him at a Fortune Sound Club in Chinatown there one year, and
Yeah.
the club last call was 1:30 and it closes at 2. Motherfucker showed up at 2:30 in the morning, dude, to do his set. But on that note, Marcus, really appreciate again you inviting me and some of my colleagues on the show. And one of the panelists that hasn't introduced himself yet, I understand, is a regular on your program, Colin Palmer. And I want to apologize, Colin. I shipped you those PureFlowe samples like 10 days ago, and I told my logistics manager they must arrive by next Friday. But it looks to me like customs pinched them in Kentucky. But they should be at your house by Tuesday, Wednesday next week.
All good, man. Well, it's good to be here, and yeah, I for those that don't know me, I've been a lifelong cannabis user, started in the mid 90s and been a cultivator since around 96, 97, and hash maker since around 98, 99 is really when first used Mila's setup, and then quickly one of my great friends, Scott M, who Marcus actually knows, introduced me to the bubble bags, and then I quickly, here we are. All these years later, I became fast friends with Marcus online, and it's been a journey, but I've been making, cannabis products professionally, since the inception of legalization, selling them into the regulated markets. But even before then, I ran delivery services, and I've lived it, as I call it, through the evolution of what we do. I mean, which is, I think, create new ways to experience the plant, and I think that's what is so awesome about the act of creating things with the plant, is that there's many ways to do this, and there's a there's a plethora of things that have yet to be done, so as much as we think it's all been done, it still keeps evolving in a really healthy, awesome way. So it's really cool. I'm excited to be here and still do what I do. And I was an artist and a musician and someone that spent a lot of time making music in the studio, and I still am sitting in a studio right now. And it's no
Dude,
different.
we haven't seen your studio in so long. You've had that background on your,
I
like,
know.
I miss your
Yeah,
keyboards.
it's all, they're here. They're just, they're here. I play them, I make a lot of music, but
What does that background say? VLSNY?
VLSNY, Vessel Life Science, New York.
And tell us
So
about Vessel Life Sciences a little bit.
yeah, so Vessel is really the name of it, and Vessel Life Science is the overarching kind of the studio that Vessel is inside of, and Vessel is really just an innovation house for extraction and product development. And we have launched, as of 2025, we've launched our brand into the New York State, and we've done flour, jarred flour so far, rosin, and live rosin in AIOs, in all-in-ones. So
Okay.
that's really our main purpose in New York, is to bring high quality extracts in the form of solventless form to the market, and living soil organic flour in jar form.
Tight.
So that's kind of our focus in New York, but yeah, I've been a formulator for quite a long time. I mean, I'm trying to dumb down my intro here because the show isn't about me, it's about you guys. But yeah, I've been a formulator for quite a long time, and it's something I spend a lot of time on, just almost every day creating new products.
Well,
Um,
let me ask you something, Colin. If you get those samples and you get inspired, could you see yourself formulating a living soil organic flour with some beautiful rosin and making an infused pre-roll?
yeah, actually, it's our next SKU for us, is launching the pre-roll, because getting into an expensive jar of flour is really difficult for consumers that are berated with false advertising and just bad products that they have to wade through and spend money on to ultimately find out that they don't want that product. Um, so it's nice to offer flour we know is really high quality, really deliciously tasty all the way down to the last hit. But I'd like to offer that in a more convenient form. I think what you guys were touching on it earlier is that maybe Marcus said, it's like the consumers are looking for convenience. It's just very human of people to want to do that. So you can't blame people for wanting convenience. So it's up to us to make a better product so it actually gets to them the way that we want it to. And I think that's the hardest challenge I see is, I didn't want to do a pre-roll, I'll be honest. I really didn't want to do one. And it's because of that reason, because it's very hard to put that on yourself as a producer. It's on me, man, to get that to the dispo, to make sure the dispo gets it to the consumer in the way that I know that joint should get to them. So we've done a good job of doing it with the jar. so what's that version for the pre-roll and in the finished good? It's a hard thing to admit to yourself as a brand and a producer that it's on you, but it is. And I think that's most likely what's wrong with the market is that we're expecting people to buy stuff and we're not being intentional enough behind the product. So I'm excited to try what the vessel, as I call it, that you're providing for us to put everything together and really, put it out into the world. So we've been working on a pre-roll for like the past year, trying to get like the right container for it to go in so it's fresh, like how does that work? Like that's one of the biggest things that we as a team kind of been focusing on is how does this thing we see behind the scenes arrive to the consumer 2 months later? Like what does that look like? Because it sometimes happens, these stores, you'll sell in product, but they don't sell it in 30 days. They sell it in 60,
Exactly.
and that's, to me, we think about that every day. It's why if retail doors work with us, they always comment on why, like our packaging and how it's packaged in cases, and we seal cases of 25. So you're not breaking a case of 50 open to then give one jar. It's really a Russian doll method, as we call it. So you're cracking a case at a time. You should be able to sell 25 eighths, man. You know? So that's kind of the thought. And then we think about these things very intricately because it affects the flower. It affects all the work that we've put in the cultivation side of things to then have some dude go on Reddit and be like, that sucked. That's the last thing we need. Because it's hard, most people don't realize like there's so much blood, sweat, and tears put into this that the last thing I want is someone being like, that was subpar. Because that means there's somewhere along the way we didn't do something correctly. And we talk a lot about that. So it's a lot of self-reflection that we have, but we care about the products. And then when we make products, it's the same thing. We're hash makers at heart. So detail is like kind of just everything to us. So yeah, we're uh we're doing it small. We're trying to keep it lean. By design. I don't really want to be in 300 stores all at once. And it means I can't touch 300 doors. So we're trying to take a different approach than we have in the past in other markets and just keep it tight and keep it real.
I think that's a super adequate explanation of the
100%.
psychology of a modern product designer.
Yeah.
100%. I can't thank you enough on that because
Yeah.
one of my biggest gripes about the pre-roll world is the fact that what comes out of personally what it comes out of my machine, which I believe is perfect, then sits on a shelf for 2 months and gets sold, and all of a sudden it's of lesser quality, and that's representative of everything down the line, though, and I don't want it to reflect us. So yeah, no, I agree. Thank you so much because you're one of the very few people that are taking control of that situation.
Yeah, we also think about like much like, so we had this conversation 2 weeks ago, like much like hash, not every varietal is right for making hash, right? I would say the same thing for a pre-roll. Once you grind certain pre-rolls up, that volatility is just ripped open
Yep.
and it's no longer there. But there are certain varietals that you can do that with that stay really, really intact. And then you can put it into a conical tube or whatever, and it stays fairly fresh, right? And I don't know if anyone's ever thought about this before, but I am starting to kind of feel that there is perhaps varietals for specific SKU builds, right? That may not, yeah, like we want a papaya to go across everything, but like maybe there's a phenotype somewhere that can do that, right? I don't know.
It-
Yeah.
You
Just
can't
kind
It's
of,
ignore.
about the
it's
calyx
me getting a
size,
little
like
granular, but like it's kind
no,
of,
absolutely.
it's the
Do you
kind
have
of
a
stuff I
certain
think about, it's like what we all are chasing these ideas of like certain bucket flavors, right? If you want to call it that at this stage, but a consumer is never really getting down to that exact plant, and that's really where we come into play. And we're like, okay, so this plant's going to go to these things, but it's not going to go to these other things over here. So just food for thought. I don't know if anyone's thought like that, but I often find myself like thinking like that, whether it's,
No, that's great.
Yeah.
flour or
Genetic
whatever.
genetic selection is one of the most important aspects of this. It's like really it's fire in, fire out. You have to be selective. You can't just like, not every cultivar is a dumper when you wash it, not every cultivar
Yeah.
has a good terp spectrum. And like I said, once you rip these things apart from each other,
Yep.
they become so unstable. And like you said, some cultivars have better natural defense mechanisms to like being deconstructed than others for sure.
Yeah, like, really gassy forward varietals seem to grind up well and hold their weight. Fruity more, with more alcohols or other analytes, things that are very fleeting, they're less so, right? So finding, certain plants that can hold the characteristics of these compounds, I think would be a great focus for some brands out there.
Yeah. And curing is a huge factor in stability as well. I mean, like post-harvest handling is incredibly important when it comes to stability. And like you said, these gassy forward, varietals, especially like the F2 Hindu Kushes and things from the mountainous regions. These were drying on stalk, like being harvested after like, massive flowering cycles, and they became stable through this drying and curing process. This is like the kind of thing we have to replicate and consider when we're thinking about using them as input.
This
I
is why
also want
packaging is super important too, right?
Yeah, packaging is super important, but it's so, like I love packaging. Like I want to use these like pot, I wanted to use these pot vacs for my flour, but they're just, cost prohibitive, right?
Hmm?
And honestly, after doing tests, like they didn't perform as well as other jars that were
Some might say you're pulling a little bit of the terp out every time you.
that is the one. Yes,
And so
I
that's
don't.
why,
I always
like
think
rosin heads will say a Myron jar is still better. Or even, I think Low Temp did that terp retention test, and they found that the U-line 1 ounce glass jar was like just about the best in terms of terp retention. But yeah, I mean, we can't blame the consumer for wanting consistency. And I'm going to go back a
I
little
think
bit in
I
this
think our
call.
homies at 710 Labs have done a really good job. Like this is a great idea. Like the
Yeah.
idea behind
Is that
having
for
a
pre-roll?
pre-roll. Yeah, this is their
Yeah,
pre-rolls. This
yeah.
is the
pre-roll.
way,
Yep.
I still
Yeah,
have
I
one in
think
here from them. Big shout out to Brad and those guys.
And is that a
Um,
viewing window on the top, or is it a
no,
pop?
that's
No,
the
it's
no,
pop back.
this is a Pavac jar,
Oh, okay.
which I think is really smart. Like, I mean,
I haven't seen the tall ones like that. That's nice.
little 2 gram doing
Hey,
pack.
Marcus, you put out a video on ASTM hash making the other day with your gloves, and those pop jars, like if they do rob terps, I'd pop it 100 times a day if I had one of those. It's
I don't know if it's robbing terps. It's because what we're really talking about is how well does it
pulling
conceal it, and
some air out. Yes.
yeah, I mean
I don't know if
that's
it's necessarily robbing terps, but
yeah.
I do know it's creating creating a completely contained center after this. So I mean, whatever it robs, it's also, I would say, kind of pressurizing at the same time, if that makes sense.
I
Mhm.
know that
Yeah.
whatever you're smelling, you're not smoking.
Correct.
That's all I know. I told this in Boston
Amen.
Weekend. These dudes were walking around with baller jars, and I'm just like, bro, like, why don't you just put
Don't
half
do
a
that.
gram in a jar, and then you can open and let everyone smell that? Because right now, everyone's just like, they're literally trying to like take all the terps from your baller jars. I was just like, dude, like that flex is the incorrect flex. The flex
really
is preserve them all for the dab and let people have like a little smell
What?
with their
So
nose.
you're talking about they're walking around with like
Put like this
4
much
ounces
in a
of
jar.
rosin or something?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
were walking around with ounce jars, like big fucking jars, and cracking them
Right.
open and leaving them open for like and poking them. And I was just like, like I feel like we could do better. Like you are the same person complaining that there's no cold supply chain, and you are literally like volatilizing your volatiles. Just close that shit up. Let's smoke it.
Am I the only
The
one?
rosin culture is a bit about the flex too. Like, let's be honest, these guys like real like heady rosin boys. Like, it's the flex is part of it. I remember like in the early days, everybody was like Supreme, like Bathing Ape designer clothing. Like that was kind of the heady rosin boy flex, having big baller jars, designer drip,
You can
lots of
have big
jewelry.
baller jars, just don't crack them open 100 times an hour.
The best thing are the blue baller jars, in my opinion. The blue ballers.
Am I the only one who enjoys the novelty of taking a dab and then taking the jar and smelling it right after I exhale my dab to
Ooh.
maybe get to enjoy some of the what I'm smelling, not what I'm smoking in the same kind
Well, what I do personally is I have a special pipe that's been designed for me where I can take the rosin dab, but on the other side, I'll take the flower or the resin and I'll vaporize it in a totally different way. Usually it's the flower and usually it's the hash. You take a full melt rip of hash and then you take a vape. I did it with Renee. That was my favorite cultivar to do it with. I'd rip the full melt, but I wanted that the full melt wasn't the same as the flower. And very, very rarely does the smell line up to the taste, line up to the odor in the air after the taste. They are often all quite unique. Sometimes I like the smell in the air after the exhale more than I like the smell in the jar. But yeah, I think you're not the only one. I think lots of people are doing various versions of what you just mentioned, trying to get those flavor profiles in as
I'll
many
do it.
ways
I'll
as
do it
possible.
for you right now, just because I took
There you
it.
go. There you go.
I was just gonna say
Yeah.
it goes back to what Colin was talking about, just in terms of like not every cultivar is best suited for every SKU or format of consuming or extracting, right?
Yeah.
Like
Not
like
even
Steve
close.
said, just there's certain most strains aren't dumpers. Most strains.
Like apple fritter is a really good example. Like I'm not a huge apple fritter person. Like I just don't it's amazing on the plant. It's an incredible plant to grow, but post dry cure, the experience is very just lackluster for me and comparatively to other things in our menu. Other people have said that it's one of their favorite things, which is really cool to hear because I just don't pick up on these like muted notes that it throws. It just isn't a varietal that I really truly love. I don't know. It smell like I have it right here. It smells like apples. But when I smoke it, I don't get that deep apple note that I'm looking for on the nose. But if someone else loves that, that's amazing. That's great. There's no wrong is what I'm trying to get at. It's just what your preferences are.
But even like we've had our struggles in the early days with finding compatible hardware that would work with our rosin sauce. And again, cultivar to cultivar, some strains were working better with a particular type of hardware than others, right?
Well, it's also our understanding of how to decarb is evolved.
Oh yeah.
And that, and paired with the right hardware, which we could have a whole side quest conversation.
Hardware
But
evolution is coming.
but we're on a pre-roll show, so let's keep it straight. But yeah, no, I can agree with you. I think hardware, I ended up designing my own hardware. It's just I have a background in design and so I'm lucky to be able to like I'm working on these now, which are postless 510s, and there's a lot to kind of figure out here. There's so much to explore. But back to the pre-roll thing, I wanted to kind of ask some questions because I had some curiosity here and I didn't get to get them, so I don't really know. When you were designing them, were you thinking of airflow in the filter area and how when you fill a pre-roll and how the conical air flows through it, how it creates that vortex? How did you guys design the crutch down on the bottom, what was the thought behind that? Because that's the most important thing that I see at a pre-rolls is like the shape of how it comes out, like the conical aspect of it, and then how does that airflow go into the actual the end filter piece?
I
Word,
mean,
yeah. Well, that's a bit of a big topic. And full disclosure, I'm not taking any credit for being the designer of this product. I'm let's call it a representative of PureFlowe. So I'm distributing the product in Canada and North America and really globally. But right now, I think the pre-roll markets of Canada and USA dominate from a global perspective. So the technology behind PureFlowe is actually stemming from another industry of a brown leaf smokable, which is quite popular around the world. So a lot of money and research went into the design of this style of acetate membrane in order to capture the heavier particles of smoke, namely tar and other molecules that we don't necessarily want to be collecting in our lungs. And then what ended up happening is another company got involved, and this company happens to be the most adept pre-roller in the globe. And so it's an interesting dynamic, the supply chain of pre-rolls. I don't know if you guys have really looked into it in depth of how it works moving around the world, but it's interesting to me. I used to be in the diamond trade at one time after getting roasted with a couple houses back in the mid 90s. I had to take a break from growing and dove into the diamond world, where it's like a diamond from northern Canada is shipped to Israel or Antwerp, Belgium to be polished. Then it's shipped to another location to be graded before it's shipped back to the USA to be sold. So to use that analogy from the global diamond trade of how the product moves around the world, the pre-roll paper itself, the reams of paper come from a very specific region of Europe, which is basically northern Spain and southern France. There's this rich history going back 100 years of making burnable papers for smoking things. And so the paper is moving from Europe over to Asia to be rolled. And these cones that we're talking about, PureFlowe, are actually hand rolled. So there's an art form that goes into that. So this company that specializes in hand rolling cones got a hold of this technology from the other company. And then there's a global utility patent on the cone-shaped version of this acetate membrane for cone-shaped pre-rolls. And that is the PureFlowe brand. And that's the brand that we're representing now in Canada and across the world. Very excited about it. But to answer your question specifically, Colin, about the science behind it, the cone-shaped filter has an inverse cone inside of it. So the hole facing the biomass is smaller than the hole that we're drawing from at the bottom. So that cone within the cone creates a Venturi vortex inside the filter, so that the heavier thickness of the membrane that touches the biomass is already pulling smoke through it, because it's like a honeycomb of membrane. Like, think of it like a pumice stone or something like that. It's getting drawn through all these chambers that capture the heavy particles of smoke.
Sure.
But then also inside the filter, it's getting spun so that adds extra surface contact from the smoke. So it's filtering on the inside, but also speeding up and cooling down the smoke. But because the filter's hollow, it also is an unrestricted draw. So there's no sort of, is that you sharing, Marcus? Could you please go to the brand new website that just dropped? It's called stellarjays.com. I just want to give hats off to my team.
Send me the link.
I will send you the link.
Yeah, because actually we've been all looking for it. It's
Okay.
almost impossible to find if you just Google for it. So people in the chat were like, can you put up the link? And then the link that I found was your distribution company that
Part of me, I just want to say, business is a team sport. I'm here representing a company of hardworking people. There's 9 of us working on this project, and my team's been working this morning. They've just launched the new Stellar Jays website during this show.
Well, ship it over and I'll send it out to all the people.
I just put it in the chat here.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. Because actually, there's a really good visual there on stellarjs.com. That's STELLARJS.com. There's a great visual.
I put it. Yeah, I'll open it right now. I put it in the actual YouTube chat because the chat you put it in is perfect, but it's only for us here on the panel.
Thank you, sir.
Dropped. And you want me to open it as well?
You're like a techno wizard, aren't you, Marcus? You've got, we're in
really.
Zoom, but we're on YouTube, and the whole universe is happening right now.
I'm just trying to keep it together, man.
Kyle's mind is just blown. He just can't believe it. He's just never seen the technology before.
So scroll down on that right there. There's PureFlowe right there. That's really good timing. So this shows you a cutaway visual of what's happening inside that filter, Colin.
That is what I had open on your page as well.
So you mentioned there's like it's a hollow vortex, but you pack the joint completely full, right? There's you're not.
So that cutaway is everything behind the sticker. So you see the sticker, that's our little Stellar J bird on the crutch. And so the cutaway is everything, the filter, and then all your biomass is going in the cone above the sticker. And so
understood. You mentioned there was a hollow center, so I just want to make sure, because I in my mind when I hear hollow center, that's literal for me. I'm like, okay, so I'm filling around something in the center of this thing that's conical.
No,
I think the
paper is an open paper, Colin. Where the only piece that you see on the right is the filter, where the blue sticker with exactly.
I understood. Yeah,
the paper is just a big open paper. You can just dump herb in there.
Word.
Awesome. So now, before I move on, I just want to point out that this product is a branding darling, because the traditional way to customize a joint has been to print on the cardboard crutch that lives underneath the paper, so that even on the whitest of paper, that brand is coming through the paper somewhat muted, because you're seeing it through paper. Where with PureFlowe, the reason we're putting the sticker on it is because the filter actually works. So during the course of smoking the joint, that filter is turning from white to yellow because it's taking so much of the smoke out of the draw. And so in order to mask that yellowing effect, we've come up with this crutch sticker, which any company can put their brand on, and it's a high gloss sticker. So it's a really great way to share the story of your brand doing something different, differentiating the experience for the end user by actually protecting their lungs. And then we have a new foil sticker as well, which is like a little bit extra sauce for somebody who wants to do that extra pizzazz. So
question, Kyle, if I may step in here, Kyle explains this also, like, from a sales perspective. I mean, at the end of the day, like, this is a company, this is a product that Kyle's really passionate about, and he's explaining it, like, from someone who hasn't smoked as many of these things as I have. At this point, I've rolled well over 10,000 of them, and I've smoked easily 200 myself. And what Kyle's explaining, but isn't detailing accurately, is not much of the smoke actually passes through this membrane. It's incredibly dense. It's not like a cigarette filter, for example, where when you squeeze it, it's kind of squishy. It's a very compact, hard, solid, dense material. The smoke is essentially, the heavy resins are being wicked out of the smoke as it passes through, and it's not really filtering it, but it's having like a surface contact effect on the smoke, which I also notice holds a lot of fine ash and dusty particulate as it makes its way into the filter. And although the center is hollow, I have yet to experience a single piece of weed flowing through. So with the right mill, it's been incredibly effective. And at the end of the day, it works. It creates quite a consistent experience from a R&D perspective.
Well, Creed, I really appreciate you jumping in on that, because you're right. You have smoked more PureFlowe than me. I only brought a box of 20 to Victoria a while back, and lo and behold, I smoked them all, and the product's all in Vancouver. So I just went and got myself $100 of
Kyle, I'm very upset that I'm the only one who hasn't gotten to try these.
Well, we only teed this up on Friday, Aaron. So I got to send you some, and I got to send you some because guess what? You don't need the $100. You need the $800 because you're going to be doing up some custom pods for us.
I will. Absolutely.
Yeah. Tell us about the tolerance on a Hummingbird pod and why that's so important.
Oh, so so my machine it's called a Hummingbird, and it's one of the most versatile machines out there right now. Most pre-roll machines here, let me break this down real quick. Most pre-roll machines are either vibratory or like a sewing paction. It's the knockbox or it's something bigger, and it's the same mechanical issues across the whole board, whether you go from the knockbox or all the way up to the couple $100,000 machines. When we started making our machine, we were worried about that same product. We were working with the knockbox and we were looking at everything and noticing that we didn't like it. So we ended up making our machine, the Hummingbird, based off of centrifugal force. So we use a centrifuge to pack the cones. Because of that, you're going to get an even pack from tip to tail. You're going to be able to control that pack. It's actually, how can I put it? You're controlling the compaction that you want. You can turn it up more or less, depending on how you want it. It's a very simple machine. And it does everything. Cones, straights, blunts, wood tips, glass. We can do it all. And we're making something right now we're going to for Kyle. So yeah. I've
actually had quite a bit of hands-on experience with your Hummingbird as well. The unit that Kyle had, he brought it by my lab and we did some R&D with it. It was super fun to play with, man. I gotta say, it's a very unique rolling experience for sure.
No, absolutely, and it gives you a lot of versatility. I mean, I really can't get into it enough. Every one of those pods that you see, and those pods are those little red discs, you basically, every time you want to switch a SKU, there's no change parts. You're pulling that out, you're putting the next one inside. You want to do a king size, you're grabbing the blue. You want to do a dog walker, you're grabbing the yellow. You want to do blunts, you're grabbing one of the other ones off the shelf. It allows you
how many joints could me and a homie spin up in one day? Call it a 10-hour shift.
Okay, look, let me put it like this. And this is one of the biggest things I get so excited, or not excited, but I get really heated about in the cannabis world. So many people want to say, hey, my machine runs for, the knockbox runs for 2 minutes and it does 100. So theoretically, I should be able to do X amount over it, but it's not running for 2 minutes. You're filling it, you're taking it out, you're moving it around, right? You're doing all these things. It's actual workflow.
It's about touch points. There's so many touch points with those.
So many touch points.
Yeah.
My machine cuts that all down, right? The Hummingbird cuts all of that away. And basically what you're going to do is you're going to do a one person in an hour without breaking a sweat is going to do between 1,400 and 1,000. And that's one person doing every touch point. Now,
and it's small. This is a
and it's very small.
Size.
It's the size.
Yeah,
it's the size of a microwave. It runs off a 120 volt. You can plug it into your kitchen.
Aaron, throw your microwave out and buy a Hummingbird. Okay.
I mean, hey, it would serve a better purpose.
Yeah.
So anyhow,
although I just quick side note, we used to smoke nuclear joints. There's this weird guy that came to Victoria and he's like, take your joint and put it in the microwave. And we would nuke the joint for 30 seconds before we smoked it. And man, he put on Pink Floyd The Wall. I felt like I was on mushrooms off that thing. I never did it again because I don't have a microwave. I don't keep them around, but that was
I think that was a placebo. I think that was placebo.
That sounds placebo to me too.
Dude, I was tripping. I swear.
Nah, just dried it out, nuked all the terps, and gave you radiated weed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did it decarb it and you ate some, or like, I can't.
I'm talking 30 years ago. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just got
No,
off a
no, I'm just
microwave
not
trip,
sure
so.
how they would work.
We
Yeah,
love a good
no,
anecdote. We love a good anecdote.
I
man.
love it. But yeah,
Well,
So it's 120 cones per cycle. Each pod holds
120 cones. It
30
spins for a minute. It's only spins for a minute. You
or
know,
less, like 22 seconds or 33
well, so
seconds.
you set it for 15 seconds. And
Right.
what it does is it ramps up to whatever speed you have set. So we usually start around 2000 RPM, and you turn that up or down based on the cannabis that you have. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes you have a very
tune
sticky
the run to the weed.
Absolutely. Sometimes you have a very sticky cannabis. You don't want it to compact too much. You know, you slow that down, you get a better airflow. Look,
Right.
this is what I tell everyone. If you can control the airflow, you can control a lot of different things. You can control the heat, right? Because as you control the airflow, you're controlling how much it's burning and how fast. You know, you can give me the best cannabis on the planet, but if I burn it too hot, and the same thing with dabs, you burn too hot, you're ruining everything. You're not getting the taste that you should. Okay? Now cut back. If you're controlling that heat, you're controlling that taste, you're controlling everything. So what we recommend with the Hummingbird is you do a small batch of simple 4 joints, right? To start off, you dial in your SOP, you get your speed, you get your weights down, and then you're off to the races right after that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's a great machine.
It's hands-on. It's like you're making the cone. You're not like dumping your weed in a bin and it goes around 18
No,
conveyor
and
belts
it's also
comes
it's
it,
lean.
you know.
It's lean automation. Look, guys, we've all looked at pre-roll machines, and they are hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they have all these bells and whistles. You need a compressor. You have to have these actuators. There's all these different pieces that are moving on these machines.
Don't get me
what
started
point
on a Procy pack. Procy, like they're so complicated. You're right. They're
I'm telling you,
incredibly complicated.
And here's what ends up happening. You end up having one piece go wrong, and all of a sudden the machine is down. Or what's even crazier, I actually had someone talk to me and tell me that he was tired of being held hostage by his employees, meaning that he's got one guy who can run this machine. And if that guy doesn't show up, that machine doesn't run. What kind of operation is that? And no
So
cannabis company right now, unless you're an MSO, unless you're something huge and you're able to pump out these things, well, I mean, yeah, go get a $500,000 machine. But what kind of real craft company right now is going to be able to afford $300,000 for a pre-roll, which is arguably their cheapest thing on the menu? What's your ROI? So because of this, we built our machine, which is which I would easily put machine to machine. I would put next to any other for out there right now for quality. I would run it quality to quality 100%. It's a zero loss system. It's not going to bounce around like the knockbox. It's going to give you everything that you put in. It's going to get out. Guaranteed perfect crutch. I would put my machine next to anything else on the market right now.
When you
But
talk about
it's also
crutch,
quiet.
you're
It's very
talking about
quiet.
that little part right before the filter where it could potentially.
Yes, absolutely. So here's the thing. Because it's a centrifuge, right? You're pushing everything into that cone. It's a zero loss system. Like I said, what you put in, you're going to get out. It's highly accurate, but it's got nowhere else to go. It's physics. I mean, if you think about it, you guys, if you've ever been on that ride, the Gravitron, spinning around, it's pushing you up against the side of the thing at the fair. I don't know if you guys ever been at that, but
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
We know what you're talking about. You should show a video though, because all the words in the world will not explain your unit as much as like a 30-second video of it being used.
Oh, you know what? I am not that savvy to be able to pop it up. But
Well, if you could talk about Hummingbird for another 60 seconds, I'll find a video.
There you go, Kyle.
Well,
you got it. You got his back.
all I'm saying is, look, it's physics. When you're spinning something that fast and you're able to pull all of those particles at every one, whether it's, small or big, everything that's been broken up is being pulled at the exact same rate. It's basically being, for a better lack of words, fluidized. All those particles are now moving almost like a fluid towards the back of that cone. They're filling in. It's biomass filling in on biomass. You're not going to have a crutch that is weak. You're not going to have a piece that runs. When things canoe and it folds in, it burns, that's because there's an open pocket of air where there's nothing to burn underneath. And so it opens up that paper and runs along the side.
But if it's like fluid, how does it not come through the hole?
See, that's the thing. No. That's the thing. As long as you get the compaction at the end, right, it's going to fill in around itself almost as if like did you see how the vortex action looked? It's filling in complete one side all the way around. I have never had where if you go to the knockbox, you'll have Scooby snacks all over the bottom all the time.
Yeah.
Anything vibratory, anything like that, you're gonna have Scooby snacks because what's happening there is it's particle separation.
Right.
Look at vibratory in any other how can I put it? In any other industry, you vibrate, it's particle separate. That's gold mining, you guys.
I know. I love the video. The guy who's cleaning the dirt off the floor of his car and he puts the vibrator down so it all pops up and then he hits it with the vacuum.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you know that video or not.
And who wants to pack their weed that way?
Yeah.
All you're getting is separation and you're getting the granulation where it's going down through that hole. You're getting, particles on the sides, you're getting it spilling out the edges, and you're getting particulated in the air.
It's also organizing the particles by size and weight, which creates that compact lack of airflow. Like once the particle size is uniform, they interlock. And so the vibration has a tendency to do that.
Absolutely.
There's another part of the machine. It's not just the Hummingbird. There's something called the finisher.
Oh,
and you haven't seen the finisher, Creed, but basically with the original Hummingbird, you had to hand twist the joint, potentially trim it. Now they've got what's called the finisher, which is a closing tool. So can everyone see the video I'm sharing of this?
Yeah, this was just recently put out in October of last year, and it Dutch crowns all your joints at the same time. They come out of the Hummingbird. You split the pod in half, put it into the machine.
So you can do all 4 pods.
Yep. Okay. So actually, the only difference, this is what you're seeing right now is the first prototype. Actually, what we did was, yes, the first prototype did all 4 pods, and we are putting out an electric one probably within the next year or so, which will. But right now, we put out a manual one, and what it does is just 2. And the reason we did that was the pressure of having a manual one coming up and down. We just got worried that someone sooner or later might complain about the added strength of doing 4. And we said, well, if we cut it in half, we'll never have any problems.
Oh, so it's about the strength it takes to pull.
Yeah, this is a manual. So this is single action automation. This is manual right here. It's never going to go wrong, never do anything that it's not supposed to. You have no problems, and it just pushes it right out the bottom. I don't know. Actually, not sure where you have actually even found these videos. You're an online wizard. But yeah, it just pushes them right out the bottom. And then maybe this is the continuation.
Now, I just want to say, Aaron, we need a finisher in Canada. Like Creed
No,
didn't get to see it. Creed's considering Hummingbird, but he's like, man, I can't twist all these things closed, So we need to have a demo unit up here of the finisher so that people can see the full solution.
No, I feel great about that. The issue that I'm having, to tell you the truth, is we're having these produced right down the street from us in Oakland, California, and they are a hot ticket, man. We're putting them together and they're going out the door. So yeah, I will definitely. I have one earmarked for you, but we like I said, we just debuted it, and there's really nothing else on the market that's doing anything this well. There's something from King Cone, which I really do like. It's very similar, but if you were to see the difference in,
I have one of those.
okay, if you were, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just, I would probably say more like, the speed and reliability waivers, but the difference is in the price. If you look at the King Cone price, it's, you know, it's very much in the early stage.
Value range. It's a
Yes,
budget
it's very
device for sure.
it's very much, you know, the early stages of where a company maybe would start out. But if you want to get into real production, you know, you want to get into rivaling some of these companies that you're competing with that have these $500,000 machines, that's what we set up the plan for.
Aaron, I've got one more question for you for Hummingbird.
Sure.
In Canada, we're federally regulated, and so that there's a rule book, you know, you could stand on it, you get taller. There's so many rules about cannabis. And one of them is the average weight of each joint has to be within a specific tolerance of evenness. So just wanted to ask you about the weight consistency on the production of Hummingbird. How
I was wondering, yeah, I was wondering that too, because for our production, that was definitely like a very time-consuming topic, because, you know, we had to stay within the standards, and like there was a lot of ideas that would cut down on like time and whatever, but there was always that they need to be within range. So I was also wondering that. So thank you for asking, Kyle, because I was very curious about that.
Yeah,
the screen. The screen is just your screen. If you want to stop sharing, and then I can go back to the panel.
Sorry about that. I was trying to show the weight of the.
I don't mind you showing anything. Just sometimes when it turns into a screen that says link to Windows is off, try again. I was like, oh, let's get rid of that till you figure it out, and then you can reshare as many times as you want.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. So as for weights, it's a highly accurate system. Unlike, you know, things that are vibratory and things that are, you know, if you look at a lot of other machines, there is waste just built in. You're gonna have waste in most operations. You know, there's a lot of things that are put in particulate in the air. This is what you put in is what you get out. It's like I said, it's physics, guys. If you put the cannabis in that pod, it's gonna go down inside that cone. It has nowhere else to go. I mean, if you watch this here, it's just dead on to dead on to dead on throughout that whole pile.
And these are infused joints in this video.
Yep. These are 1.5. These are full gram joints that are infused. And then so they're probably like 1.2 or 3, but they're showing the crutch there too.
And that's coming straight out of the Hummingbird.
Yep, that's coming straight out of the Hummingbird and twisted.
Wow. Nice one, Aaron.
So
yeah,
thank you, sir.
Hand twisted out of the Hummingbird, yeah.
Yeah, that was out of those were hand twisted right out of the Hummingbird.
Yeah.
That video was taken before we had done the closer, but same thing. Right out of the Hummingbird, they come. There might even be another video somewhere out there. I'm not sure where you're finding them, but called packed. But when they come out of the Hummingbird, they're perfectly packed. I actually will take a joint right out of the Hummingbird in front of it. This is my favorite thing to do when I do a demo at a trade show, is take them out of the Hummingbird and take that joint right as it comes out, and I tip it upside down and I shake it, and nothing falls out because it's completely packed perfectly.
Amazing.
You know, it's not, and it's like the Dairy Queen flip.
That's the Blizzard effect.
Flip.
Yep, exactly. The Blizzard, yeah, exactly. And then I'll do that, and then I'll even hand it to someone or give them even the next one out and say, now check the airflow, and they'll pull it up to their lips and they'll check the airflow. And at some of these cannabis shows where I can give them the product, sometimes I'll use CBD hemp because that's the type of show we're at. But if it's a live cannabis show, that is my other favorite thing to do, is go say, now go smoke it and tell me it's not going to be one of the perfectly packed pre-rolls.
Well, the beautiful thing is, Aaron, once we get these custom pods figured out for these PureFlowe filters, because they are about a 0.5 millimeter wider than a standard cardboard filter to fit in the membrane. So I need to customize those pods with you. Then next time you go to the trade show, you'd be like, check the PureFlowe.
I would love it.
Rather than check the airflow, check the PureFlowe.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Now go
Kyle,
smoke it.
Kyle, you don't remember? We put a whole bunch of the PureFlows in the Hummingbird.
What do you mean I don't remember? That was 3 months ago.
Yeah, no, but we ran hundreds of those PureFlows through that Hummingbird.
Yeah, dude.
And, yeah. Anyways, I found it to be challenging with heavily infused biomass. It was difficult, even at higher RPMs and longer spin speeds. But for every other thing, it was highly.
I'm going to put up my hand and say, Creed, I think that mix you made that day was overly tacky. And I think since then you have refined your homogenization techniques for formulation. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Don't you question my formulations, Kyle.
Creed, if I could, I will throw two things out there to you, right? Just because I know my machine pretty well. I'm not saying to throw it in a blast chiller, but maybe pre-freeze the material to get it a little colder, right?
Yeah.
That always makes it a little less tacky.
Or
But
will your machine work in a cold room?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. For sure.
Absolutely. I've seen it in sub-zero temperatures. But what was I gonna say? I actually have a new pod that I've been working on that does different molds of glass tips, which I think that this PureFlowe would even fit better in. And what I'm using now is, you've seen the pods that they're made of. They're called PETG, PETG plastic, and that's food safe. You know,
are they
alcohol
3D
safe,
printed? Are
yes.
they 3D printed? Yeah.
Yep. And then now I've been doing something called TPU, which is a more spongy material, and that actually grips the glass on the bottom and fits into the bottom of that piece to hug the glass. So it's actually a newer piece of technology that we're coming out with, but it will, everything that you just said, the issues you guys were experiencing, even though you guys were coming around it, even that touch point will be cleared up.
Of course, yeah. I mean, a chilled room is a huge benefit. A chilled room is like a necessity for.
I don't think it even matter. Like, well, it does matter, but infused material, in my experience, has never been an easy material to work with. Like, there's, but I agree. Chilled temperatures, and look, once I say again, it's physics. You know, you can give me, I tell people, look, at the end of the day, if you under the right setup, you can give me Play-Doh and I'll put it into a cone for you.
Yeah.
You know,
the thing about infused material and your method of rolling is also that, you know, it's a metering tray that, you know, portions out the cannabis. For infused material, it's way different. And so the metering trays are never really accurate. You know, a 1 gram is going to put a 1.3 and a 0.5 gram is going to put a 0.75. So it's very difficult to regulate the weights when you're incorporating infusion, I think.
You know, a lot of the folks that I've seen in chat today, you know, they're like, oh, machine this, and they're just selling mids. And it's like, listen, I have these same problems in the hash world with my hash hits. Figuring out a way to create it as a product that has economic viability is how you get it out to the, I don't like to say the customer or the industry. I'm more like a community and the members of our community kind of guy. It sounds a little less chatty too, because it's both. Cannabis has always been both. We're an industry where we're absolutely selling to clients, but we're also a community with people who are members of said community. And so, and it's even more complicated by the fact that we're in recreational, but we're also in medical. Here, I'm just going to hit a quick dab out of this brand new banger that Brian from DNail just sent me.
That's one of the biggest moral dilemmas when it comes to corporate cannabis. Is there's always got to be some sacrifice, and it's usually you know, monetary. You have to sacrifice your personal ideology to create a commercializable product. And at the end of the day, like, we're all heads, like, we smoke fire, and you can't always bring a product to market that is like up to your absolute standards. It's just when you're playing with other people's money, they don't want you to act funny, if I'm gonna use it.
Down with OPP.
It's the whole reason I started grades of hash. And in fact, it's kind of why in Colorado, we're kind of talking about taking the star rating, which was created by my friends Corpy and Space, which was really about the melt factor, which confused a lot of consumers. And we're kind of bringing it back into the grade and quality of the hash. A 1-star hash could be like a dry sifted product that's been pressed without any heat. It's just kind of a crumbly hash. A 2-star might be a brick hash that's actually a gummy. A 3-star might be a temple ball. 4-star, now you're getting into kind of bubbles, half melt bubble is what I call a 4-star. It's, it's bubbling, it's moving. Being able to educate people on this is fairly important. It's not easy, as though it might not be as interesting as a conversation as some of the conversations we've had, but it's not easy to come up with this equipment and to come up with the fixes for some of these things. Like for me, pure hash joints, how do I commercialize rolling those so I can get them out to, the 4.3 million people that watched me smoke the first one on my YouTube channel and said, how do I get one of those? So it becomes this very difficult thing. Now, combine that with, we want to be able to work with what we love, which is cannabis. And we want to be able to pay the bills and send our kids to a good school and maybe our wife to the spa and on a trip. Like, we want to do all the things that everyone wants to do. We're just not doing it the same way as, getting hired as a job, working for a paycheck. Pioneering and creating and inventing machines and equipment is really, really difficult. Like, it is not an easy thing. And so you can imagine, like, Aaron probably has thousands of hours invested into his machine. You know what I mean? Like any of us, Colin, Kyle, myself, Robbie, Creed, we are all well invested in this to the point where, the least you can do is, rather than take the sort of negative of it, is try to see the value. This is Hash Church. We like to geek out on things. I have been completely ignorant of the joint smoking world because I haven't smoked joints. And so now that I am smoking joints, I thought, shit, this is a conversation we could have on Hash Church, because before I wasn't a part of that conversation. I looked at pre-rolls as a thing, much like the way a lot of the hash snobs, oh, those are mids, those are just bunk, those are just garbage. But I wasn't even a part of it. I was just criticizing something that I wasn't a part of. And in the meantime, it's literally like 70+% of the market. So if you're in the cannabis market and you're, say, trying to, create a brand and not, when you're creating a brand, it's not just a simple thing like, oh, I'm trying to make money. It's like, no, you're building like a monstrous team of a bunch of people, and all of those people are going to be getting paid, and they're all going to be a part of the making money of that entity. And in order to do that, you have to create an economic viability. And so obviously pre-roll joints, I literally just released the first Bubble Man infused pre-roll joint down in Colorado. So this is, my partner asked me months ago, he was like, hey, would you ever want to do a pre-rolled joint? And I was like, well, I don't smoke joints, so it would be weird. It's like 6 or 7 months ago. And then 4 or 5 months ago, I smoked my first joint. And then many more months went by, and he was kind of like, hey, like, you're kind of smoking joints now. And I was like, yeah, I know. And he's like, well, do you want me to roll you up like, one of the pre-rolled infused joints, and you can smoke it and see if you like it? And I was like, I had not smoked an infused pre-rolled joint. I mean, in a sense, ever. The last time I smoked bubble hash in a joint would have been around 99. And it would have been a snake, because we just rolled snakes back then. I guess snakes aren't really a thing these days, huh? It's easier.
No, they
Snakes in the
definitely are.
grass.
They definitely are.
Yeah,
Hash holes,
but-
hash
yeah,
holes
they're
are
called hash
huge.
holes.
But
Well,
hash
there you
holes
go.
are rosin.
Yeah.
Are people making
Uh,
hash holes with bubble, with full melt?
Oh yeah.
You
Oh,
can,
yeah.
you can do
Okay.
it with bubble too, man. But
Okay.
like you, Marcus, like I
I
felt,
haven't seen them on the market yet.
yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they're
out there.
expensive
I
to
haven't
make. They're
either.
hard to roll. They're very
Yeah.
hard to roll.
Well, just so few people can make full melt bubble. So let's just put that at the top of the roster.
That's
Sure.
true.
You know?
Yeah,
We're,
and then
we're talking
and
about
then-
a product that yields, in the 0.5%, when you get to the fully cleaned heads, you're talking
Well,
1% return.
or that's what you've seen. Possibly there are people who are able to grow weed on a different level. So when you process it, it's truly a 5 or a 6%. I made full melt bubble at Breeder Steve's in 2002 or 3. I know that because both our daughters were born in 01 and they were babies. So it was around 2002 or 03. And I made bubble. It was Red Eye Magazine was there. Andre Grossman from High Times Magazine, the epic old school photographer from High Times in the 80s and 90s. And probably a bunch of other super awesome people. But we made bubble from Breeder Steve's like Sweet Tooth tunnel growing in Lugano. So it was like an outdoor greenhouse type thing. And the 190, the 160, the 120, all the way to the 25 were like full melt. Like it was unbelievable. And I've seen it not as often as I would like to, but I do know that when it comes to water hash, I don't understand personally why more people don't use, the bags as a method to describe or to understand whether your plants hit the mark when it comes to genetic expression that was available and that it was capable of, meaning that it sequestered everything it needed, everywhere it needed it, every time it needed it, in the exact amount it needed it, and it expressed like an Olympic athlete at the end of its life cycle. You make hash with plants like that, and it's just not the same as anything else. I think tissue culture is going to change a lot of that in the cannabis industry. I think a ton of cannabis is impregnated with viruses and bacterias and fungi from the vector that is cloning and how we've cloned for the last 30 plus years. And I think that that's hard on growers trying to get plants that are really sick and dying to express themselves like athletes. And I think the more we understand all of these things, the more we can get to a place where people, because what I've always seen with bubble is that it's like pointing you to this path. You get to the point where you take your flower the first time and you wash it, and then it's pointing you in this path of learning, why did my hash not melt? It's the most often question I ever got. In fact, it was always framed like this. How do I get my hash to melt like yours? And I would say, oof, listen, like that is a long journey. You're going to have to learn about the growing of cannabis, the actual proper breeding and genetics of cannabis, and the genetics that you're looking for are going to begin everything. And then being able to learn about mycorrhizospheres and the symbiotic relationships of fungi and all of these other complex things. I'm like, ooh, where do you think they're going to go before they go there?
Or
in 99?
harvest window. The window
All
for
of it.
harvest is so important too.
Dude, all of it. And then where do people go when they don't want to really face all of that? They go to, I'll just blast it, which over time turned into, I can make rosin out of it, right? And so
it's the number one way to remediate a crop failure, essentially. It's like that's what I'm seeing more and more is these LPs are looking for contracted extractors because they had to pull a room down in week 6 because they had something terrible happen, and they're just like, fuck, we need any way to recuperate this fucking massive loss. So yeah. I think that's the origin of extracting, like in its essence, to be honest.
Well, because they took the right instead of the left. Like if you take the left and you go down the pathway that is, I'm not going to stop till I get to full melt bubble, it doesn't mean you have to stay in full melt bubble. Once you've learned that lesson, you can take that to, I'm going to be a pre-roll joint guy. I'm going to be a butane extractor. I'm going to be a whatever it happens to be in cannabis. Be the highest expression that it can be. Don't be content down here. And understand that taking that pathway, the left pathway that teaches you all about these complex things, having, if you're an extractor, for instance, you should have an influence on the people who are growing your material. Unless they're doing it to perfection, you should be able to sit down with them and say, hey, listen, do you know about this? Do you know about this? I'm not trying to undermine you in any way, but I really would like us both to be the most successful. And all I'm doing is unveiling what you're doing. And what I'm unveiling says you're not doing it very well. That's a hard discussion to have.
the relationship between the growers and the processors needs to be symbiotic. Like they need to be so aware of what's happening on both ends if you want the expected outcome. And if you're not in the gardens yourself as an extractor and like monitoring the health and the growth cycles, then I think you're doing yourself a disservice for sure.
Well, I agree. I agree with you, Creed. But I also want to throw out there that there's a lot of like big white labeling plants out there that basically will big white labeling companies that basically are willing to say, hey, you give me garbage, I'll give you garbage back, and they're just pumping it out and pumping it out. And yeah,
I mean,
I guess
I
there's a
tell
market for it somewhere, but
yeah.
you can, especially with dabs are not my thing, to tell you the truth. Okay. I dabble. Yeah. Right. I dabble into dabs, but I mostly smoke blunts and flower. But to tell you the truth, man, it does a disservice to the art form to pump it full of just garbage out there, man.
Of
You can
course.
easily tell something done right and something done wrong.
Yeah, I'll tell an LP that their material is just not worth extracting. I'll tell them to go make distillate. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not putting that through my
Good.
equipment. It's especially yield. Yield is a huge factor. Like if it's a low yielding material, it's so much more work on my end to process that much of biomass. So it's just realistically, it's it's a cost benefit analysis, and you gotta be honest with the cultivator when their material's garbage.
Yeah, I mean,
Ugh.
Aaron, I'm constantly out there in the field, like basically interviewing possible air quotes partners, as I call it. Because like I go to their grow and I'm like, okay, well, show me why we should be partners, kind of thing. Because it's very rare that I can find a good partner,
Yeah, for
I,
sure.
I I
you
I
know?
completely understand that.
Yeah.
That's why you got to
So,
act like the dude from the Open Table Netflix documentary on pizza. There's the Italian dude, and he would go visit his tomato farmer and its mozzarella maker and his basil
mhm.
farmer. And he had this super intense relationship. He was out in the dirt on his knees. The basil was in his face. He was rubbing the tomatoes. Like, believe it or not, you don't have to be the guy that does everything.
It's
You
Yeah.
true.
can just create incredible relationships. Someone asked me, like, James in the chat mentioned that, yeah, it should be processor and grower in the same spot. And I replied with, I process more than they can grow. So instead, what I do is I find people who have taken that left path when their hash didn't melt. I like to choose the people that have taken the left path, and all of them have different paths. It's not the same. It's just the direction, and how you get there. It is decided by many factors of which I could not fathom. But I appreciate the people who take that journey and who are willing to take that journey, because once they learn it, it literally translates. It's kind of like understanding full melt bubble, 73 micron, full melt bubble. The first time you hit that, you're like, I get it now. And then now when someone says, I want a 73 micron meal, I want a 73 micron trip, I want a 73 micron life, I want a 73 micron partner, and you're like, yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. And whether they're on the solventless path, whether they're on the solvent path, to me, it really doesn't matter. As long as you're willing to bend the knee to the plant, to listen to the plant in any way, shape, or form that she so decides to show you or tell you on how to get her where you're trying to get her to. That's the mission. And this whole like, I will not bend the knee. I will grow mids and make distillate. And I will, it's like, holy shit. Okay. And in their defense of all of that, those people aren't just doing that because it's easy and shitty. They're doing it because the most amount of people want that and have always wanted that, whether we like it or not.
Very true.
So what I would like the people who are watching and listening is that when you see pre-roll machines and the discussion of pre-rolls, it doesn't always have to be about mids. There's going to be a top tier world of pre-rolled joints.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but people don't think that, dude. They assume, oh, it's pre-rolls. I used to do this myself. But there is
Look,
a difference. Go buy a bunch of
look,
pre-rolls in the market. Go buy a bunch of different ones and smoke them and see
And in
if you
every,
think they're all the same.
I think what Marcus is saying is super real because in every segment has this, whether it's flour, rosin, hash, it doesn't matter what it is. There's levels to every SKU and every aspect of it. I mean, there's an art form. I studied making a joint for 24 months. It was like a project I was assigned to. It's extremely complex from the grind diameter all the way to the airflow to the varietal type you're selecting to how it was grown. I mean, I could go on and on.
You're essentially engineering this
Yeah,
product, you know, it has to be designed.
yeah,
this is
100%. It's just because I come from a world just like where, it's just the traditional way you just roll it up, man. That's it. You know what I
yeah.
mean? We never thought about like if it boated, it boated. I don't know, man. Like that was on me. Like I rolled it, right? But now it's a different. Now I have to hear about it from someone else that I don't know
It used to
because
be like
they
a
voted.
chaos factor, you know, like we
Yeah.
used to think we had like no ability to regulate or manage the experience. And
Yep.
I love that about cannabis. I mean, it's an organic input that is
Yeah.
so incredibly diverse that it's like I said, the ignorance of man to think that you can control this incredibly organic experience. However, with obviously the technology that's available to us and the spaces we have and the resources that are available, it's the only way to make a viable product on a commercial scale. You can't just be always at the will of the plant. But to speak to what Marcus was saying about the pizza guy being actively involved in all of his ingredient suppliers, it's definitely a necessity for the passionate or obsessive material processor to be so focused on the input material. It's fire in, fire out at the end of the day. If you want to make garbage, obviously there's a space for that, but it's not what we're doing.
The
No,
biggest space.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
but
say most.
unfortunately, the biggest portion of the market.
yeah. But
It's
look,
because
this
people don't know any
is how
better,
I
right? And the more good product we put in the market, like all weed sells. I learned that at a young age. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it's garbage, bunk,
you just got to find the right person.
quad A. Some of it sells slower than others, but it all sells eventually. So the thing is like every time we collectively put a better product in the market, we're giving someone else the opportunity to see something better. Because if you don't know any better, you're just going to buy whatever, right? And that's part of the market penetration of quality product, I think.
No,
I mean,
I agree. Oh,
no, go ahead, go ahead.
oh,
I mean,
I was just gonna say, like, I go with the cheeseburger analogy. I don't know if you guys have heard that one, but pre-rolls are like cheeseburgers. Okay, look, if you're hungry, you can go find a $3 cheeseburger, and it's gonna do exactly what it's supposed to do. It's gonna take away that little bit of hunger that you got, but you're spending $3. But at the same rate, you can go to and get a Wagyu burger for $80 at a 5-star restaurant and be completely happy with spending that money. You know? Because you're satisfied in a completely different way. There are levels to this market with the pre-rolls. It's just where do you want to be and how to capitalize on that spot and how to be the best at what you can be at that spot.
Are
You know,
you
so if you
saying
want
my
to be,
pre-roll is
yeah, go ahead.
not vegetarian? Is that what you're saying?
You know what? If
Pretty
you have
sure,
a
man.
gluten-free vegetarian pre-roll right now in the right markets, it's gonna sell hot.
Damn.
No, I'm just saying, but look, there's a place for everything. And just it's all about being the best you can in that spot, I guess. So yeah, I just wouldn't count anyone out. I know plenty of places that are vertically integrated and taking. I mean, look, guys, every one of us hate it, but they're taking their garbage and they're turning it into pre-rolls, and they're vertically integrated. So they'll be their own dispensary, and they're offering $1 pre-rolls at the counter. What? Why would you not grab one with I have $2 and change. Give me 2 of those. And it's them getting their waste. people are always going to figure out how to make money on their on something, right? If they have it. And the pre-roll market is big enough to where they can grab the bottom branch if they want, or they can reach up to the top of the tree if they want.
Yeah. Let's be honest though, cannabis is expensive, and I think we kind of it's somewhat of it's so available to us. We're somewhat desensitized to the economy and like how it affects people. And I think there's a huge market for value products still, not because they're not good, but because, you know, it's a necessity. It's a necessity, and people need access to cannabis for so many different reasons. And as much as, you know, like we probably wouldn't smoke that $1 pre-roll, I think it's so important for that to be available to some people as well. And it doesn't, I don't think it truly detracts from, you know, like the cannabis culture, but you're right. It's not something we would be interested in, but I think there's a place for everything. Yeah, there's a place
for everything.
All weed sells, like Kyle said.
like pizza. Think of how much bad pizza's out there selling. You're just like, how are we going to get rid of all this bad pizza? They're like, we need to open up next to a bar that's open 6 days a week. And at 2 a.m., people will come out and they'll buy all the pizza. But this pizza's 7 days old. It doesn't matter. They're going to buy it all. But what if they get sick? It doesn't matter. They're getting sick anyway. They're going to be throwing up this pizza, whether it makes them sick or their alcoholism makes them sick. It's still playing out the exact same way. What a metaphor. Who would have thought it? It's the human condition, I guess. That's the reality of it. We learned this many years ago on Hash Church, that we're a little utopian in our perspectives and views when it comes to cannabis. But your words are correct, Creed. That it is a cost thing. It is you know, the economy and where it's at and where people are at and how little extra money they seem to have these days. Thank God a lot less money is being put into alcohol. So it's not like they're making extra money. What they're doing is they're taking their booze money and being like, oh shit, I think this booze is giving me anxiety. Let's try a little cannabis, you know? And if they get into it the right way, which once again isn't by hitting some 90 micron full melt rip out of a mothership, that is not how you get turned on to cannabis for the first time. You know, you smoke a couple of toots.
Pretty cool way to start.
I will admit, Marcus, my first experience with like clear dome full melt was definitely with you at the old CC lounge, and you definitely had some crazy heady, and I was like, damn, what a fucking wild way to experience this. So I did come in at a you know, a non-entry level, you know, position, and I was like, damn, what a wild honor it was to already be a fan of you and experience your products at that time, but then like also through some crazy custom heady that you had. I don't even remember.
Was it dark and blue and purplish?
I think it might have been a Marble Slinger or something, like an old Marble Slinger collab. I don't know.
I think it's in a box, like right there. I swear to
God. On a tie nail with the titanium screen over top, and it would just melt right through. And then anyways, good times.
Hell yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, I definitely did that for a lot of people. But aside from the fact, I mean, really the larger group, not the tiny group of people that I turned on individually, that it's rare. You know, maybe it'll become less rare. I don't know. But I think nowadays, I mean, my own daughter who works at a dispensary, you would not believe the samples she ends up getting. Just massive samples. She's like basically everyone's plug, just giving everyone free joints. And
but budtenders get a lot of goodie bags, man. It's like it's trick or treat every day for them. But to be honest with you, that's
how much of that stuff is fire though? Like, is that just people like trying to get their mids off the books? Like, oh, let's give it away. Maybe somebody will buy it.
Not at all,
it's really nice.
Sometimes the budtenders are the front line. Like the budtenders are the one that will make or break your brand. You know, they are the one that
you're
people
buying their allegiance.
They are the first ones people ask for a recommendation.
Or it's not even that you're buying their allegiance. It's that how could they possibly
if they don't know
suggest your product if they've never tried it? And how could we expect them to pay their own money to buy all those products that are in their stores, which could be like, you know, like 300 grand worth of retail product or whatever.
You got to stand out. You got to have something that separates yourself from the market.
Yeah, you definitely got to.
I remember I had a short-lived license in Oakland, California. It was an equity brand, right? So I was able to build my company for relatively small amount of money, But when it really came about and I had to start giving out samples and goodie bags, I was like, oh my God, this is also costing money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's rough. The marketing, look, the marketing and being a cannabis company, and not just with like things that like the goodie bags, but just like the having to put yourself out there and go to these dispensaries and build your product. Man, I get my hats off to you guys. My hats are off to you guys because it's a lot of work.
Well, you got to get a
Yeah.
proper sales team. You got, there's groups of
I mean,
people
it's
that
all,
do that.
yeah.
It's
But
all
like they're
boots on the ground.
all the time.
Exactly.
You have to
Exactly.
be. Yeah, well, because you have to be friends, you have to know all these people, you have to, why should they suggest your product, right? Like it
Yeah.
has to be
Yeah.
because they like it. There's no
Yeah,
other, like, you can't just pay them to like your product. Like samples aren't going to do it for sure. Then, oh yeah, I'll tell everyone, now that you've given me a sample along with 500 other companies. So they really generally tell people the ones they like.
Yeah, and big shout out to all the budtenders all across every single market everywhere. Because you
Definitely.
See
guys,
Vessel Life Science, how smart he is. You see that?
not even like that.
I'm joking, dude.
It's what it is like though is that
I'm coming with stuff for you.
but here's the thing. That's the feedback I get. And when they go to a new store and become the buyer, like I had the experience 2 weeks ago. This girl tried our Sherbanger at a store in Brooklyn. She called me the moment she was the buyer for another store,
That's
and
cool.
she kind of went up and she was like, "I really wanted to carry you guys because you were the best herb that I'd smoked." And that's what it's about, man. And that's the kind of stuff, so the type of relationships that you can build organically through product that you've given to people that you've actually put the care and time to put into. Like, I'm sure it happens to your brand markets all the time in Colorado where you're like, just take the jar, and they literally take it, they use it, and then they're like, yo, I'll take like four, a case of each to start, or 2 cases of each to start. And that's the relationship. It's built off of them genuinely liking the material.
Yeah.
That's different than them buying off a menu, which also happens. Like most of these people are also, there's the flip side of it where they literally get a menu every Monday and they're like, that's in a price point range I need. And the tack makes sense. And that's unfortunately what happens, man. So
Well,
we're,
it
like we're also an anomaly when you bring the quality, because those other brands that we're talking about that are selling this like junky material, they're not able to do that. Like seriously, they're just not. They're not able to bring a jar full of great flour and have the bud tender on their own go to another store and carry it.
well
Because,
to your just to add to that, and hi, I'm back, guys. Um,
Welcome back. How'd it go at the party crashing?
it was great. There were, a lot of ahs and all sorts of everybody. Great.
You brought the bouquet
I brought the bouquet.
and you're
Did-
back. That's okay.
Did what I needed to
Welcome.
do.
Nice
But
one.
I was listening to the podcast all the way through, so I'm not. I was listening to you guys chat the whole time, just so you know. Except when I was there, that would have been rude.
That would have been weird.
But it's interesting. You're
you should have
talking.
been listening.
Well, you guys are talking about samples, and how do you build that trust with the consumer and that value proposition, and have them understand the value proposition. And Colin, I agree. I agree with you and with Marcus. Like on the one hand, it's not economical to just give joints away, and these bud tenders are being inundated with samples. But the flip side is, when they do get something special, when they do get something that they understand and they can really get behind, that they are going to push it. And the interesting part about this is just to bring this back to the conversation about pre-rolls and what I was saying before. What's the economical way to let someone try what's in your garden other than give them a pre-roll and have that pre-roll match the quality of what's coming out of the garden? Right? That's how you go. You're going to hear me talk a lot about quality in manufacturing, consistency in manufacturing, and consistency and experience for the end user. The reality, as you guys have put so eloquently, is that us, the heady folks in the space, we represent probably 1 to 3% of the market. And unfortunately, it's been a real uphill battle trying to educate consumers as to what makes good weed good, right? And that's why I said before, you still get these questions about the highest tax, the highest potency, the lowest price, all these things, because they don't understand. So when a bud tender can get an experience with a cultivar or a brand or a product that they can really get behind, that becomes the basis for how you start to build that, build that marketing in the space. Now, again, you go back to how do you do that economically? And I think um, pre-rolls, which were always that giveaway to get people sort of that hook to get you to buy the zip, um, the more things change, the more they stay the same, right? It's just now we just need to match that, once again, match that quality of product with the quality of manufacturing. So because there's nothing worse than getting quads in a joint that you have to fix, right? Or you get really tasty weed, but you can only smoke half of it because it clogged, right? Because the weed didn't was put in the wrong cone with too narrow a taper, and now you've greased yourself out, and there's nothing, it's not smokable. It turns into a puck. So, you can go through all of this effort of putting together really, really good cultivars, really, really good genetics, and match that with really strong cultivation methodology. But if you put it into a pre-roll cone that doesn't let it shine, then you've lost the customer. Unfortunately, we're still at the stage where having the weed is only half the battle. That delivery mechanism is equally important, right? Because just as well, you could have weed that you put really good weed in a cone that doesn't smoke against weed that's maybe mids in a cone that smokes perfectly, and you give that to the average consumer. There is a reasonable likelihood that they're going to go buy the product that didn't fuck up on them, that didn't cost them double because they had to buy two just to get through one joint.
Yeah,
So
you're right. I mean, the experiential side of it and the product dev side of it, right? And it sounds like the cones and call it the pre-roll system you guys have, mitigates all that stuff. And that's the biggest problem that I've seen is finding a good cone provider that checks all those boxes. Is there any
well,
idea
you
that you
call me
guys?
later.
Yeah. Well, no, I think we should chat because there's definitely things that, yeah, I got your message by the way, so thanks for that. But yeah, the thing I have a question about is I think about glass tips, ceramic tips. How is this different than those? Just so I can better understand, and maybe perhaps the
Yeah,
listeners too.
when it comes to
Are you talking about PureFlowe? Like
Yeah,
what?
the PureFlow one
yeah,
specifically.
Let me kick down
Yeah.
first, Creed, and then I'll give it to you.
yeah,
Yeah.
go for it.
My understanding is that people spend somewhere between a quarter and up to three quarters for a glass or ceramic tip. And I'm talking average price point in Canadian dollars is somewhere in the 25 cent to 75 cent range, depending on the quality, size, weight, whatever of the glass ceramic thing. So when you're buying that, you're getting a different mouthfeel, you're getting a different draw experience. But unless it's got some kind of charcoal in it, generally speaking, those things have no filtration. So we're out here selling PureFlowe for less than 20 cents Canadian. So the key is it's less expensive than the alternative, but there's an actual benefit that there's a harm reduction thing that's happening by delivering a cleaner emission for people to inhale into their lungs. That's my take on it. Go for Creed.
Yeah, I mean, making some bold claims there for sure. When it comes to glass and ceramic tips, tons of difficulty when it comes to large scale commercialization. One of them I can think of just off rip is the weight. They're very expensive when it comes to shipping. And when it comes to rolling, depending on the type of process that you're using, you have a lot of deficiencies. They're very heavy, and papers are very delicate, and they tend to bend and break and deform when you start handling them out of their stack or box or however they're prepared. Aside from that, they don't have an actual function.
Even
Sorry?
after that, like trying to get a glass tip blunt, whatever, to the store, like you still have to be extra cautious with the packaging, you know, packing peanuts, because you don't want to put all this effort and money and work into this glass tip product for it to just be broken by the time they open it. And
Yeah, or thrown on the ground and broken. When it comes to biodegradability, glass tips, in my opinion, are a hazard. People tend to obviously throw away their roaches, and the amount of times that I've seen people smoke a glass tip joint and just be like, boop, and just throw it on the ground, it's like painfully irresponsible when I see that. But there's, so many factors. Basically, my deciding factor to commercialize the PureFlowe was the fact that it has an actual function, like some sort of effect other than just allowing the smoke to pass through it. And, it could be called a gimmick or, whatever. The fact is, it's something new. It's something that's kind of pushing filter design. And I'm excited to kind of just have the opportunity to commercialize, first of its kind products in Canada. And that's what I look for as a product designer.
What's really cool about that PureFlowe is that now this is maybe a little bit different for the knockbox users, but for folks who are using automation, and just for context, I said that we do 4 to 5 million pre-rolls a month. That is a fact. We also do not use any automation or any vibration. So
That's crazy. That's insane.
That is, like I said, I welcome you to our facility. It's mi casa su casa.
Awesome.
But what's really neat about that product is the shape of the filter has not tried to be something that it wasn't, or try to change the name of the game, right? That filter is following the same standard product design that we're already seeing in markets. So as far as commercializing it goes, it becomes a whole lot easier than, say, one of these, as an example, like, the bullet filters or those tube filters or whatever, which for a lot of folks are going to require additional tooling. And when you're talking about the margin profile that commercial manufacturers have to deal with when you're talking about selling them for what we sell them for, the value proposition on launching a new format typically comes with tooling costs and changing processes or whatever it is, and you need the volume to justify the investment. Whereas with this product, it's quite interesting because this is going to fit into, whether it's if anybody who's watching or anybody who's interested runs automations like pre-rollers or the Hummingbird or the or the Wanna Roll or the Roll Pro or whatever that, or all the way through to the knockbox.
Hephaestus.
It's or the Hephaestus. Yes, it's going to work. Right? It's going to work with all of these different systems that are already there. It would probably work with the way that we make joints as well. And, we're going to definitely do some samples, do some trials, and we're excited to see how that goes.
Did you end up in having another one before you got back here?
Oh, I had one. I have to say, yes.
Good. That's a short answer.
Yes, I did.
The situation here with this PureFlowe is that it's available, and the team is trained to create them. So again, we are launching the product out in Toronto at Grow Up Conference. June
Are you going to be giving joints away?
Well, that's up to Creed.
Interesting.
But he stepped out for a second.
You can in Canada, like you could give joints away, right? That's legal.
They just changed.
I'll be giving a shit ton of joints away.
Hell yeah.
For sure.
I'm a non-plant touching business, so I can't be giving any joints away.
Well,
touch
in
your plant
essence,
right now.
it's actually a lot easier for you than it is for a cannabis brand, because you can just make them yourself, and you're there to talk about the delivery method, whereas a cannabis brand who's advertising their product has to collect, has to give out excised units, keep the receipts,
Have to
report it
market
to
it,
Health
yeah.
Canada. It's not like
Can you give one to one? You can just give. I
Well,
can tell
We're
you.
still allowed to
this
share
is the
medicine with
thing,
our fellow
like
man, as long as there's no profit. There's no
so-
profit involved, so it's actually easier to give weed away than it is to sell it
I
these days.
love that.
No, it's actually very difficult to give it away, and
yeah, it's
exactly.
No, he's talking about the home user, I think.
No, I'm talking
no,
about
no.
to do, like, I'm talking about to give samples away as a brand, as a legal company in Canada has become very challenging.
Yeah.
Health Canada has really raised the standard for what, I mean, listen, it used to be as simple as showing up at these shows with a bag of joints and handing them out. And, then it turned into it had to be fully packaged product. Then that was not
With
economical,
excise.
right? With excise
Yeah.
and all of that. Then you need to, then you needed to, you couldn't even pull out your own product. You needed to go buy it from a store and have the receipt so you could then show to Health Canada that this was compliant. But like there were so many different challenges. So what I was saying is that as a paper company, as a delivery method, and disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer, so
Thanks for pointing that out.
you use this information to your own, but there's, for me as an individual who has a bag of weed or a bag of joints or whatever it is to share them with my friends, there's no real prohibition. It's like giving someone a beer. I'm not selling it to you. I'm not advertising it to you. And
Yeah.
what's in it is not, in this case, in your case, Kyle, is not about the weed that's inside. It's about the delivery method. And that's what you're there to talk about. So you put your own homegrown or purchased weed or whatever it is into these joints. You make them however you make them. You can give them away. As far as I understand, that's, there's nothing that's not compliant about that, because you're not a cannabis brand advertising cannabis products to consumers.
This is something I would really like to touch upon, Adam, is that the fact of the matter is everyone knows smoking a joint is subjective, and the weed, the strain, the feeling, the entourage, whatever you call it, is different. It's subjective for every single person. So I believe Creed mentioned there will be some rolled joints at the show. But I'm planning to roll a couple myself. It's that easy, right? So if you come by booth 407 at Grow Up, what we've done at FTLD is we've created a sample tube, and there's 6 joints in it, and we call it the sidewalk test tube. And so it's a sidewalk test tube. Inside that tube are 4 PureFlowe joints and 2 regular joints empty. And this is for us to give to the public, because a lot of the public carry their own weed and then they can roll their own joint. But the sidewalk test, we want people to pack the same weed into the PureFlowe filter joint and then the regular joint, and then do the sidewalk test. Because when you smoke a regular joint next to a PureFlowe joint at the same time, that's when you really notice the difference and you get these kind of aha moments. And so please come by booth 407. There will be empty joints available because it's just paper and filter.
So on your request, Kyle, I just completed my sidewalk test of a side-by-side comparison where all other components of the joint were the same, right? I used the same material, ground the same. I rolled, packed them the same. I did it at the same time. And, before I even smoked it, the first thing that I did notice is what Creed had mentioned, that the filter itself is surprisingly rigid, compared to the cardboard filtered joint right away. And I don't know, I'm a weirdo like that. I will squish it, and in this case with the weed that I rolled, it wasn't too much of a factor or hindrance or anything. I was still able to smoke the joint all the way through. I did find the Stellar J more enjoyable experience, especially at the beginning of the smoking of the joint. Um, I don't know if I'm just like convinced on some type of placebo effect or something, but I was almost surprised at first where I did kind of feel like it almost maybe does taste a little better, you know? Because that was one of those things I was like, okay, sure, the flow, whatever, but like, were you really gonna enjoy a better flavor or something?
The
But
reality of it is it's next to impossible to remove undesirables without removing some desirables. And I'm not making any specific or special or outrageous claims that it makes it better. In my opinion, it's a different experience. And it on my palate, when I smoke it specifically, I notice way less of this kind of tarry, ashy, resinous flavor, especially down towards the end of it. It's a smoother, more regulated experience. And like I said, it offers consistency where I find some cardboard filters or other filters in general, they still have like unregulated airflow paths. And having that one center small hole in the biomass side of the filter, I think regulates the direction of the airflow a lot and stops it from going down side paths on the joint.
And you learn a lot from looking through the cone on both sides. Because the first time I grabbed it, and some other people looked at it, the first comment was, "Oh, you're gonna get particulate come through or whatever," and you really realize how well it works when you look through the top of the cone side and you can see, well, there actually is a floor or like a ceiling to where the filter itself starts, right? And you can see that the hole at the top there is only like a small portion of the total footprint of the head of the filter, right? So yeah, as long as like we were talking about earlier in this um cast about, it was just like having your particulate size right in your grind, having proper moisture still in the cannabis so that it'll have some type of stick to itiveness, right? When you and then like through a hummingbird or the right machine, getting the right compression or compaction of that busted flower into the cone. That's the magic formula.
Yeah, you can't just stuff it in there. And I get it. And like chat's not wrong. The majority of pre-rolls are definitely booth, like I stand on that for sure. But we're making an effort to change it from the inside. Like I only want to smoke good products and I want to be able to smoke all the products that I make. It's like I'm at all these trade shows and I'm putting like my face on these products. I'm standing on business with these. So I don't really have the luxury of making like whack products. And yeah, anyways, that's the goal.
I think Adam touched upon this earlier, is like if every joint was an expression from the maker to the person who's going to enjoy it on the other end. Like if you put out 100,000 joints, is joint 342 going to be the same as joint 79,821?
Yeah,
Yes.
a hundred thousand joints is 100,000 experiences, and it's very difficult to regulate that. And it's also a lot of pressure to commercialize a product that you think is going to be a consistent experience is near impossible. It's like trying to control every variable in a very organic and, like you said, subjective experience is like you're just not going to please everybody, and it's a lot of pressure. And I take it very seriously and very personally. And bad reviews like affect me and the way I think about the products that I design. So, like I said, I don't have the luxury of just like being like, oh yeah, fuck it, whatever, put it in the cone and send it out. It's like that's not my intentions in this industry at all.
Well,
Well, and like
I will say not to you know pump what we do here, but if I may for a second, if anybody is listen, you're absolutely right. Like the reason that guys like us exist is because it's very challenging to hit that degree of consistency. The thing that I say, there's lots that I'm proud of that we do, but I look at our retention vault, which is what needs, typically this is where your rejects are going to go because they get to sit for 2 years past the last date of sale, whatever it is. Everything that comes off of our line looks the same. And for anybody who's struggling with getting consistent product out, and I know that there's lots because again, that are the core of what we do. Give us a call because we're happy to help. We're not we may make the volume that we do, but we also do, just for context, we do hand rolled 2 gram rosin core hash holes, right, with a glass tip. So we do everything from super commercial high volume runs all the way through to some of the best growers in the country who really want to focus on what they do best, which is cultivation and maximizing expression, and they work with someone with partners like us who can help pair that level of passion that they have about cultivation we have about making consistent and enjoyable product. So
I
that's
think we've got a couple folks on the panel here that specialize in that, or we got a quality assurance one, and we've got a hands-on one, and I'm really loving how this is coming together. I think when you were away, Adam, we did touch upon a low-cost entry point device, and like you said, maybe automate where automation makes sense. I would say that the Hummingbird system is semi-automated because it's still a lot of hands-on packing.
Oh, absolutely.
And weighing and making sure that you've got everything just right so that when you drop it in the machine to spin, it's going to come out right and come out consistently. But I can't wait to see your facility, Adam.
Yeah, I would say that just again, what I mean by no automation, I mean the way that we make joints, it doesn't even plug into the wall.
Right. So
There's no,
it's hands.
It's passion.
How
how big is the team? How many people
big
on
is
the
the
team?
team? Good question.
Our team varies and it scales based on what we're doing in a given month. So
But like estimate, rough
30,
estimate.
40, 50,
Like,
60.
When you're doing 4 million joints in a month.
I'll tell you right now, we're employing 150 people.
Yeah, I bet.
Wow.
There it is. Yeah.
So, and you know what? Like it's a real privilege to do so because these guys care tremendously about what they do. We have a team that eats, sleeps, dreams, bleeds pre-roll manufacturing. And
that was my life back in the
but that really, guys, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That's the secret sauce. That is 100% the secret sauce, is having a team of people who care. And I was listening to it before. It's hard. I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to create a viable business when you're doing it, one pre-roll at a time, if you will. And the only way that any of us are going to get there is by having that passion and having people who care tremendously about what they do, because it's a complicated, we always would call it deceptively simple, right? It couldn't be so hard. You just put the weed in the cone, right?
And it's not even just the people that are hands-on with the cannabis. Like the team is so massive and so important to the infrastructure that it's like, yeah, like someone like me has no chance without a very dedicated team of like specialized individuals who really, really care about what they're doing. And like I've not seen an LP succeed at all without people who are like very specialized in their, corner of cannabis, and whether it's like accounting or bookkeeping or managing any aspect of it, distribution, fucking stock, it doesn't matter. Anyways, shout out to everybody in every position that contributes to the machine.
I will say that We are expanding and we are hiring. So for anybody who's in the comments or anybody who's reading or following along here,
Where is
where's our
Vaughan?
facility?
your facility at?
We're in Vaughan, Ontario, or like
It's not
just
Vaughan?
Vaughan.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Vaughan.
No.
I'm from BC, so I've been out
He's
that way.
trolling. Kyle's a professional troll. This guy's always trolling.
He's turning it into Dutch real fast, you know.
Vaughan,
But,
that's beautiful.
Vaughan,
It does
Ontario.
sound Dutch. Tell us about Vaughan. I've never been there yet.
it's like a commercial park. It's it's not, I wouldn't say it's the most exciting place. As a matter of fact, the municipality prevents dispensaries from being allowed to sell joints or sell weed. There's no dispensaries in Vaughan, which is an interesting thing. So it's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever, if you knew that the Jack Daniels distillery is in one of the last dry counties in the United States.
Yep.
Which is I've been there. It's a really cool tour, but you're not the only way that you're allowed to buy booze out of that distillery is if you get it engraved. So it's technically a gift, or like it's not just a bottle of booze, which again, it's, even 100 years after prohibition, they're still trying to find loopholes in how to, you know, uh,
Does that mean if I come visit you, you have to engrave a pack of joints to me?
if you come visit me, Aaron, I'll engrave a pack of joints for you.
All right, thank you.
So Adam, if somebody wanted to make a West Coast cannabis cigar that comes in like a nice cedar box, and I heard you say 2 gram joint. I thought that'd be over, hash hole would be over 1,000 mig. But what if
You
we
just-
could have a 3.5 gram nice blunt in a cedar box, 8 blunts make an ounce? Could you do that?
Listen, we can tell you, we can do whatever you want to do. If your compliance team gives us is happy to sign off, then we're happy to help you make whatever you want.
The truth
And
is
that's
the
the
market
trick.
is so small for products like that. Like the market is a very small fraction for those
You're-
kind of
They're
individual.
selling
You're-
Wagyu burgers for 80 bucks, dude. Did you hear
Yeah,
that?
but they only sold 4 of them.
Yeah,
You
it's a
know,
specialized thing.
meanwhile, how many $3 to your point earlier, how many $3 cheeseburgers sell, right? There's a reason that, it's unfortunate. Again, I go back to, it's unfortunate for the heady crowd who really cares about this kind of stuff.
No, they just have to search a little harder, and that's the whole
That's
point.
fair. That's fair.
That's the same thing with going to like a high-end restaurant. You're gonna be driving further and looking harder for it, but when you find it, you're gonna enjoy it. But you're right. On average, oh man, those $3 cheeseburgers are just flying.
Listen,
Big time.
they're tasty too.
Right?
No, I like the cheeseburger analogy, Aaron. Thank you for that, because I think too often people default to come up with alcohol analogies, and it's like, let's distance ourselves from alcohol and cigarettes and tobacco, and let's find new ways to talk about cannabis and how we enjoy it and how we consume it and
Oh,
how
absolutely.
we share it with others.
It's all about trying to put your best foot forward in any situation that you're in. So even if you're doing a $3 cheeseburger per se, it's about making the best $3 cheeseburger so you can set yourself apart from everybody else.
You might even use real cheese.
Right?
Well, and
Like
also
crazy
making sure that
sausage, yeah.
cheeseburger isn't like, the bun's over here, the burger's over here, the
Yeah,
cheese is
gotta
stuck
be
to the
well
paper, right? It needs to be constructed the right way, because if the cheeseburger delivers at the very least what it's supposed to, check. It's done its job.
Yep. I agree 100%.
McDonald's has over something trillion served.
Well, but not, that's not by accident, right? It's not by snacksident. Sorry.
Oh,
That's not an accident. They understood that consistency in delivery and obviously the convenience factor. The convenience factor is a given, but there's lots of people who are in the fast food game. There's very few where you can go anywhere around the world and a Big Mac's a Big Mac.
Well, and the consumer deserves consistency, and I don't think that we should say that we can't deliver that in the cannabis industry just because we're dealing with an organic plant. Like I know in my early days of I was doing hydrocarbon extraction before I got into solventless, and we used to always make this super lemon haze from the same grower. And for the longest time, it was super consistent in terms of like yield. Our percentage yield was like within a single percentage point for like multiple years. But then eventually it did, start deteriorating a little bit. I don't know if it was genetic drift. I don't know. Maybe the guy wasn't replacing the bulbs in his grow. You never know. I don't, genetic drift is a whole nother story that we could talk about or whatever. I'm not in any way a weed scientist on that level, but like, I think there's something to be said about the consistency of when I go and look for specific strains, like a Violator Kush, I have a very specific idea in my head of what it should taste like, what it should smell like, what my experience consuming it should be like. And when we talk about also rec consumers versus medical consumers or medical patients who are trying to treat themselves, like they want a consistent product time after time. And I think that, again, we were poo-pooing COAs at the very beginning of this episode. You're wearing a High North hoodie, that is some weed science that I do enjoy and nerd out on, like I do appreciate the fact that, for Canadian labs, High North does its best to try and test for more terpenes than anyone else, right? And Marcus, you're right. It's not just terpenes; it's esters and everything else that add to that. But yeah, I do believe, especially with advances in modern technology, that we should be able to mass produce certain products, joints, for example, and try and have them consistent over years. I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying people want it, consumers want it, the community wants it, and I think we have the ability to deliver. And I think any advancements that we can do in the form that we deliver it or the techniques that we use to produce it are just gonna benefit us all.
COAs are incredibly important when it comes to like data aggregation and analysis. Like without COAs, I don't think we'd be at the state that we are now. It's the only method, as long as you're like you trust your lab and you're getting accurate samples and you demand super low limits of quantification and stuff like that, you can use it to steer your products in the exact direction that you want. You can essentially engineer them in any way or form possible. And I think that's the key to like incredibly consistent experiences. And it does deviate from, the purist ideology that we tend to have, especially, hash purists or people that are very focused on cultivars specific expressions. That stuff's all, amazing and I love it too. But like you said, when it comes to a replicatable experience and something that's, commercially viable, you have to go deep into the COAs and get a massive like volume, a library, so you can see trends and you have the ability to, like you said, notice and understand why cultivar potencies are dropping or yields are dropping, or the cannabinoid spectrum in that specific cultivar that you're very familiar with is all of a sudden changing, or you know yeah.
COAs are
Yeah.
definitely sorry, Colin, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that we weren't poo-pooing them. I think we were highlighting some of the inherent issues with relying on TAC as a mechanism to buy a product in a retail environment.
Right.
And I think there's a distinction here that we should make, that COAs are incredibly important for standardization and understanding under the hood, like, does it have a lot of heavy metals? Like, as someone who grows organic cannabis, like, it's a guiding light to have soil tests and COAs and be able to look at what is there, you know, because you don't know until you know. And to your point, you know, it's how you're going to get a good insight into how your product's going to be standardized if you're doing big lots or whatever. But that's, you know, and bacteria, right? Like we want to make sure there's no mold or whatever have you. But yeah, I just want to make sure that we understand it's a double-edged sword because we then have turned around and brought it to the consumer and we haven't really explained, you know, this whole idea of what a COA actually is. And I think we've incorporated things like TAC and allowed that to kind of lead in terms of quality and why I've had you know, customers tell me like, I don't buy anything below 32%. It's, you know what I mean? And it's just bizarre. It's a bizarre
You guys are
comment.
nuts.
It's a bizarre comment, like, you know, rightfully so though, but in their world, they are right. You know what I mean? Like they're what am I going to argue with there? You know what I
For
mean?
sure.
Like that
At a
it's
certain
been an
point,
hour.
yeah, at a
Like,
certain point, it causes somewhat of like a potency space race, like where everyone's just, you know, trying to
yeah.
max out potency, and the parameters of like an HPLC or like a spectral analysis can be tuned to like always go to the high end of the percentage range, you know, and there's tons of little like tricks and things that labs will do or that you can request a lab to do in order to move your biomass, you know, and like that's a huge portion is like
Yeah,
when these
try.
exactly. When they're moving these big lots of biomass, they're obviously going to use ground nugs, like take selected samples, do all this shit to represent a lot that is, you know, probably way below that.
I encourage buyers to try to buy lower tack flour. See how that does for you. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, I think you're going to surprise yourself.
Well, you know, I think you guys are uh, really, everybody is correct here. You know, the COAs are exactly a double-edged sword. We've seen it. When stuff doesn't hit potency, because it needs to hit some target potency for the brand to sell it at the velocity that they need to. It creates challenges. It creates challenges in the supply chain. It creates pressure, downward pressure on pricing. It creates pressure on the growers to do things that they don't necessarily want to do as passionate growers because they're trying to get expression out of a plant and they're being told you need to get a specific one number on a COA, which happens to today be the most important number. And I think the big tragedy here is that genetics are going to change. Like what we're going to see is the Chiquita banana, you know, the sort of banana
The
story,
the
right? Where there were all of these,
monocropping
yeah, yeah,
monocropping ideology. Yeah.
exactly. And the sad part is, as we said, and it's not to slam the use of COAs. The COAs are highly important for understanding, you know, soil biology and all of the different the chemistry that goes into actually growing the plant, but also Creed, to your point about the aggregate data to understand, you know, what did this do? What did this do? Changing this variable, what happened there? And what I'm seeing is COAs are highly important, but we're using them the wrong way, right? The COAs should have never been used as a marketing tool. Those numbers that are on every package that's sold in cannabis, as far as THC and CBD content, like people don't even understand what it means because its number relative to the quantity of um, other cannabinoids, the volatiles, as Marcus, you know, appropriately calls them, um, that determines the experience far more than just the single number. Anybody who has smoked pure THCA diamonds, which I bet everybody on this call has, or everybody on this has, would know that that is a burn right here. Single directional,
It's
right?
boring.
And it's you
It's
talk about the
boring.
entourage
It's
effect.
just boring. It's the
It's
most
boring.
boring
Yeah, it's boring,
experience.
and
Yeah.
that's why the everybody talks about this entourage effect because it's not just the THC, the CBD, it's how it interacts with the different array of cannabinoids, esters, aldehydes, thiols, and terpenes, and all of these other compounds that ultimately creates the experience that's either desirable or not desirable. And so the way that if in a perfect world in my mind, weed would just be, low potency, medium potency, and high potency, and maybe very high potency,
These
right?
pre-roll,
What if
pre-roll here, guys, this is 18% right here. This is kind of my point. And this
We're
is
in
gel.
Canada. It's
Maybe
not
that.
like that, Colin. It's different up here. And I will say one of the main differences is that we can't even look at the, for the longest time, you couldn't even look through the package. You couldn't smell, you couldn't see anything. So it inevitably became about price and THC percentage.
How many of the brands have already switched to window bags? I'm not in retail, I wouldn't know, but
So is it still like that now, Marcus? Because it's,
they
it's like
allow
that
a
down
window.
here, like
They just allowed a window on the bag, so you can have a portion of your bag that's translucent, and you can look through the bag and see the weed now. That's like in the last 9 months or something. But I just want to ask, like, what if it is we're chasing the wrong number? Like somebody's
that's
saying
kind of the point.
the customer wants only 32% THC delta 9. But how many people on this panel have had the good fortune to smoke THCV flower, a flower high in THCV? And I find that to be magically uplifting, almost clairvoyant. Like you've seen that movie Limitless. That's how THCV makes me feel. And so why the hell would you want 32% THC delta 9 when you could have a 10-10 or a 12-12 and have a magical experience?
So
I was about to start selling THCV isolate over here.
yeah, I mean, it is. You're not
It's-
wrong what you're saying, Kyle, like in terms of how it makes you feel. The issue, I mean, I very much share your same sentiment. It's an amazing experience, but it's extremely hard to convince the masses that they need that in their quiver. It's been proven to be that way, actually. But it's an amazing, like other cannabinoids, there's others, other stacks that you can make that'll do that same thing, right? In terms of how it makes you function. But, just getting that to the masses has been proven to be tough. But
I'm
I
curious,
one day
just
hope
in Canada, like I don't have an option to go to all the stores and see all the brands, but maybe Shelsin or Adam, have either of you guys, what percentage of your clients that you roll for are rolling by formulated cannabinoid concentrations? Are they rolling CBG, CBD, THCV? How much of this are you seeing in the market?
Honestly, I see everything. Like there's all types of ratios and variations that depends on the customer, what the customer wants. CBD is honestly rare. In my experience, yeah, it's not very common that we roll like product that's focused on like a higher CBD percentage. Yeah, I think that's my experience. What I've seen, like lots of THC. There was CBD, or what was it? There was another one. But honestly, yeah, I think that it's mostly THC focused product. Yeah.
Are you guys seeing a lot of? Oh, sorry.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, are you guys seeing a lot of people boasting terpenes percentages
Yes.
and things
More
like that?
now, yes, more now than before for sure. Like there was definitely very little talk about terpenes when we started up, but definitely late as of lately, there's been a lot more.
I feel like the general public are starting to get more aware of like terpene profiles and things like that. Yeah,
I think sort of, I agree with you that they understand that it's another one of those numbers that they don't understand, man. Like,
you're right. They are just looking for percentages.
They're looking for a percentage. They don't know what, and to be fair, in Canada, you're not allowed to advertise or make claims about effect. There was a lot of attempts to try to, explain what this weed did versus that weed, and the market is still trying to wrap its head around indica and sativa, even though, you know, those are kind of like made up terms, right? Like it's not, indica is just a leaf shape,
Yes.
right? And it's a
100%.
it's a
region.
plant
It's like a
structure.
region.
It's
like
a yeah, it's
region,
a
a
right.
landrace region.
It's a exactly right.
Yeah.
So, but so there's uplifting and you know there's uplifting indicas. There's sedative sativas, right? Like this is just a reality, and it comes down to understanding the impact of how these compounds work together. And the reality is, the way that the regulations are written, we're not allowed to do that, and there's no incentive, financial other or otherwise, to do that because you can't make claims about it. What people understand about terpenes is not the relationship between beta caryophyllene and linalool, right? They care that, you know, it's over 2%. And the reality is, but to answer your question, what we're seeing is on packages of more premium brands, they will list almost everybody's listing terpene content, but you are seeing like actual top 5 terpenes and their percentages on certain premium branded products. But again, this appeals to what percentage of the market? Because at the end of the day, they're going to come in and say, you know, when I buy weed, when I go to a dispensary and buy weed, I say, what is the highest expression? Like what in your opinion has got the best expression of whatever the hell it's trying to be? And the bud tender sometimes looks at me funny.
So Adam, like the 5 to
It's like
10 terpenes,
expression.
yeah, I mean that's the 5 to 10 terpenes thing, I believe is really part of our regulation in our state systems down here in the US. Like
Okay.
I actually have to list like the top 5.
Well, I mean, frankly, that would be a good thing. I mean, that's more information, and
Yeah,
it's not necessarily about the quantity. It's about what, you know, maybe I can recognize that when I see these names, I get tired, right?
sure.
And the customer can
Sure.
make that association in their head. But again, we're not allowed to say that these do that, right?
So,
Um,
so what claims are you just
None.
so we can educate the like the listeners and even myself here because I'm not familiar with the rules and regs in Canada. I as I said before, I have a license in the United States, so it's just a different world for us. I mean, I do have a CGMP lab, right? Like we are
Okay.
audited. Like there's that where we do share that, but it seems like it's just a very different beast.
You can't make really any claims. The marketing regulations and restrictions in Canada are
They're crazy. Like if you have
th-
a SKU that has like a name that could be like, I don't know, tempting for a kid, they're like, no, that's like not allowed. Or like you guys have a lot of brands that have like cartoons or like animations on like the brand and the tubes and whatever. We can't have that. Like there's a brand that is in the US and in Canada, and their like packaging looks different than our packaging because our has like less things because of the restrictions.
I,
But
I
it's the exact
actually
same product.
I
Are
actually
you
I
talking
actually
about
have
Jeter?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I actually have a funny story about that. When we had pinners on the shelf, we had and I gotta remember because it's been a while, but we tried to launch a product called Pinners Supernova Thunder Punch. Okay, and it was going to be a bubble hash infused pinner, and Health Canada flagged the word Thunder Punch because it was something related to Pikachu. It
Oh, wow.
it was
Yeah.
so we had to pull the term Thunder Punch, and we launched Pinners Supernova, but they were originally supposed to be called Supernova Thunder Punch.
We had a product, a status product we were coming
Great
out
name.
with. I think it was a vape, and it was originally supposed to like what they wanted to be called. It was Grape Blast Fizzy Pops, but Health Canada flagged the Fizzy Pops because that's like I don't know exactly why, but
We also
ended up
had
having to just put it straight glass because that's
What is the length of time to get these things approved even? Because
sometimes it takes a really long time because you have to
You
go
have
back and
to
forth.
put it in an
And like,
NCP, and that always takes 60 days minimum, and that's a federal thing, right, Shelsin?
right. And then you have to like if you have to go back and forth, that like takes a while sometimes. Sometimes
oh man, so you might have product that you want to put out that you don't even have a name for.
not an approved one.
Yeah.
But you
Oh,
don't know if it's gonna get
jeez.
approved. Yeah.
When you submit to the province, if they have concerns about like a regulatory concern about your name, they'll submit it to Health Canada, and Health Canada will determine whether or not it's like related to a confectionery or a candy product or like a cartoon or anything like. There's certain color restrictions, logo size restrictions. It's
man.
very, very restricted. And
it goes even further. Like we also manufacture gummies, and there's limitations on what shapes of gummy. You can't put out a gummy bear. Like that's not compliant because that's for kids. You can't put out a gummy worm. So instead, you've got these guys who are creating new molds that never existed before because you're creating them for products where you have these compliance issues where you've got gummy, a little stack of gummy lines.
Yeah.
And they're called sticks or whatever. And why? Because the gummy might appeal to a kid. Like but so
I would think I would think that's the dispensary's problem at that point, like you make sure that you don't sell it to a child. You make sure that it doesn't. Yeah. All right. Keep going.
but at the same time,
Karen, can you come up here and take over?
I'm just saying it oh man, that's pretty rough there because
That's a bad joke
really
right now, Robbie. Okay.
freezers
You're living in
were
Alberta too. Come on now.
freezies were pulled off the shelf. I know that you guys have freezies in California. I went to one of the conferences there. I can't remember. But I remember there were samples, and I got a box of these freezies, and I was so excited to take them back home with me. And I left them in the freezer in the hotel because who checks the freezer before they leave? But we were supposed to, not we, Joint
I
Craft,
do, but only because I leave my dabs there to maintain the cold supply chain.
So I mean, I have a question. Like, okay, there's a company out of Michigan that I work with called Lion Labs, and they do these pots things, right?
I just
And
met them.
Oh, really? Right on.
Yeah, I was at the exchange in Lansing on just like a couple weeks ago. They gave me the pots. I really like.
Oh my
those
gosh, I was there too. I don't know how we missed each other.
Hey, I had a huge booth. I was with Yield Distro when you walked right in the front, and there was like those 10 booths like right in the front.
No, they gave us some spot in the back. I don't know.
Okay,
What is this
that's
pot?
Yeah, go on and tell them about pots.
It's basically a dead-on M&M.
Or a Smartie.
Or a Smartie, yeah. It's like for you guys Smarties, yeah. But it's a chocolate covered candy that like, a thin shell. It looks dead on like any other candy in the market. Tastes exactly like them, and I mean they're crushing it. They also just put out something called Pixels, which is so you guys have nerds up there, right?
Yeah.
It's dead on the same shape, taste profile, everything. And
really?
you guys wouldn't be able to do that because of the shape and taste and things.
Oh yeah, you can't market to children, period. But the cool thing about pots is that they're 1 milligram in a marketplace where it's near impossible to find a 10 milligram gummy. In fact, all the budtenders will be just like, oh, just cut it in half. And I'm like, most people are like, what, like 20 times? Like it's a 50 milligram or all the packs are 200 milligrams. You go to any store and there's literally like 100 different packs of gummies, all 200 milligrams.
Yeah.
Very few people at stores could find me a 10 milligram gummy. And so when I bumped into the pot girls there, I was like, fucking hey, that's awesome.
No, and you know what? I went to their spot. These guys, it was like going to Jurassic Park. It was like I spared no expense. Like it was dead on the actual machinery, the confectionery machinery to produce Smarties and whatnot. Like, I mean, like gigantic, long conveyor belts for cooling. It was well put together. I was super impressed. Yeah, they're one of those companies that like I'm like, wow, these guys have figured it out, and if they keep pushing, they're going to be a big name, you know?
No doubt.
Yeah.
I'm also involved in large scale gummy production. That's like low key the actual bread and butter at my lab. And my brand Biggies is like a live resin input only and really diverse cannabinoids, lots of CBGs and CBCs and all sorts of stuff like that. But yeah, it's a massive undertaking, and the amount of like automation and equipment to do it properly is quite
Yeah.
quite wild.
You have any crazy flavor profiles right now?
Yeah, we're doing lots of interesting things. We have one that we're calling Peach Lime Fizz. That's kind of like
Nice.
a tangy pop. We have some dragon fruit ones. We did a matcha latte last year. Wasn't a success. Very polarizing flavor for sure.
I hear
Um,
you.
yeah, we got lots of different
Reed,
things.
tell us about
Orange
the
creamsicle. That's the main one.
tell us about the 3 different formulations you put into PureFlowe and the 3 names of those.
The 3 names. Oh, the ones I have commercialized currently, I have a Tangerine Dream, I have an ice cream cake, and then I have one that has a small percentage of botanical terps in it called Blueberry Ice. And that's to appeal to a different market. And then I have in Toronto, I have a 1 gram Island Pink Kush infused pre-roll that's coming to central distribution. And the ice cream cake as well is going out east. But yeah, that's
Nice.
all true to strain, like kind of single source or at least like vertically integrated source where it's like the same flower extracted into 2 fractions and then re-added together to meet like an engineered potency call out. But I love them. I smoke them all the time myself, and I'm like a religious dabber, like a full-time oil consumer, and it's essentially reignited my love for smoking joints. Now I'm puffing
Can
down
I ask you a question?
constantly.
How are you doing your if you don't mind me, I'm not looking for your
Yeah,
secret sauce
no,
exactly.
I'm a open book, man.
When you're making your infusion, how are you homogenizing your cannabis?
By hand. Even
Really?
on a large scale, it's the only way to like not over pulverize or continuously mill the flour down. There's so many different methods that I've tried and used. Centrifuge is good, to be honest with you. I think
I
your
hear you.
Hummingbird could easily double as like a in centrifuge for infusing biomass, but it's I like to do it by hand. I'm very
Yeah,
hands-on.
yeah.
It's got to be craft, and I need to
No, I
feel
totally
the texture of the mill. And I'm milling into different sizes and then re-adding them back together to create like an even spectrum of some finer mill and some more coarse mill. And I think that
nice.
particle variety is one of the unique parts of why the airflow is so consistent and the burn is so even. And like you said, temperature of the burn is so important. If you're packing them really tight, or if the particle size is all very small, it burns at an incredibly hot temperature.
Well, that's awesome, man. Yeah, no, I like that you're using every different part of the plant and then putting it back, you know?
Like I said, you kind of have to work with the building blocks in order to meet your call outs too. I mean, if you want to hit your max potency call out, which in Canada for concentrates is 1,000 milligrams per package, you have to get very creative in order to like maximize the amount of THC you're allowed to put in there while still creating like enjoyable product.
I'm
Wow.
just I'm just thinking about how valuable those hands are.
Oh man, it's like the only way. Like I also just love weed. Like I'm a weed nerd,
You gotta
so playing with
insure
weed all day isn't bad.
Nice one.
I'm not milling by hand by any means. I'm definitely not milling by hand,
All right.
but
Does
infusing
it
by hand for sure.
does it get to the consistency of I like to say kinetic sand?
Yes, of course. Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah,
a sweet spot. Yeah, it's like
don't you love
especially
that?
yeah, it's incredibly fun to play with. But
Yeah,
yeah,
you
that's a
make that you,
sweet
you make
spot.
it into a dinosaur and then it just kind of melts away. Yeah.
Yeah,
Great
exactly.
analogy.
a lot of these joints are over infused in order to meet that max potency call out. They'll just put distillate in it and blend it with some
Yep.
garbage and send it out the door. But there's a lot that goes into making, you know, a pre-roll that's enjoyable to consume. And distillate is definitely not on the menu of those things for sure. My facility is like a no distillate facility.
What about
actually.
rosilate? Are you using rosilate?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Although
Yo, you heard it here
distilling
first. Roslyn,
for
the
compounds is
new.
That's
Dude,
pretty
I heard
funny.
it twice in Colorado in the last couple of trips
What
I've been
is
on there. I'm
rosilate?
like,
No, they're
This is-
actually saying that.
oh no,
Oh,
they're
no.
actually doing it.
Well,
What
yeah.
is it?
Well, I know they're
Like
doing it, but
10%
it's-
rosin
you
into 90% distillate.
So you've got a label.
No.
It's a
But-
label claim exercise. So you get to say that your
No
product is
way.
a
Rosilate.
rosin product.
infused,
Yeah.
rosin infused.
Well,
But
I don't
I
know.
want to
What
thank
does it
you,
say?
Robbie, earlier for giving your
Rosilate.
report on the sidewalk
that's
test.
brutal.
That was really nice. And then, unfortunately, Colin and Aaron both didn't get PureFlowe samples, but one of the panelists that did get the PureFlowe is our chairman of the board here, Bubble Man. You got those a couple days ago. I'd like to ask you if you've noticed anything different when you smoked a PureFlowe joint rather than any other cone you might have come across.
Well, I don't smoke cones generally at all, meaning I don't think I've really smoked any other cones. I've certainly never I was even like, how the fuck am I supposed to pack this? My buddy's like, oh, you grind it up and put it in the top. I'm like, seriously? Like I couldn't wrap my head around it. It was kind of funny. I like being a noob in a sense. So all I really had to compare it to were my joints that I roll. I just roll joints. I don't put filters on. What I don't like in a filter, which is generally most filters, is they're like, it's just too big of a space. It's just too much air coming through. I prefer a little bit more of a reduction in my spliff because I grew up old school, didn't smoke joints for 30 years. But 30 years ago, when I did smoke joints towards the end of my joint smoking career, or certainly before my very large sabbatical from smoking joints, I never really used filters. Maybe towards the end, after some trips to Amsterdam, I kind of got inspired to do that. But I prefer a more, more of a reduction than an opening. So I liked the PureFlowe. Like I said, I did pack a couple of them in a way where they got just really towards like the end of the joint. Certainly not a lot, but right towards the end of the joint, you can even see how it's all sucked in across itself. Like I haven't bent that. That's just because it got so tight. It was sucking, and I'm also using very, very like high grade herb that is probably, 28% THC or whatever. Like it's high THC. There's no doubt about it. It's very strong, gassy flower. It's very sticky. Yeah, I definitely noticed the taste. It tastes.
You mentioned earlier you're using the crush grinder, and
I love the crush. I love this grinder.
Tip
dude.
of the hat to Justin over at Crush.
I love it.
But the thing is if you're getting too fine of a grind, the crush grinder, you only need to almost go twist. Like
that's it. So
that's
I'll
all
play
you
around
need
it. I'll experiment.
to get that coarser grind.
That's it.
Just full disclosure, Aaron, when we did the Hummingbird test with Creed, I watched him burn through a pound with one of these. It took a while, Creed, but it was impressive. Your dedication.
Well, these
I have
grinders
I have carpal tunnel now. I have carpal tunnel now.
You will never be the same.
Don't try this at home, kids.
Don't try it with a round grinder. The crush is very functional in its like ergonomic
I like that you
kind
can
of
grab it. Yeah, actually.
Oh yeah.
I was just looking at one of those. I was wondering. Yeah,
he's got a spot.
Awesome.
He's basically got a spot for your fingers when you spin it, so that they don't hit each other.
I love it.
These little round spots actually make a lot of sense. I'm new to this joint smoking world again, but I will say that this Cube 2.0 is by far my favorite grinder.
Yeah, big credit to Justin for we talk about what we do is difficult. Justin built a grinder brand at a time that there were already a few brands and many of them have disappeared and Crush is still crushing it. They're distributed all over the world and He's done a really good job. It's a really elegant design. It sort of, what's nice about it is it kind of moved along with the development and the growth of the space, right? We're a little rougher around the edges before, and we're moving into a little bit more of an elegance, so we can appeal to, I guess, folks outside of our little circle in the heady space. Having these kinds of cool products is super important, and he's done a really good job.
Nice one. Well, we penned this theme of the show as the art of the perfect pre-roll. And I think you touched upon this earlier, Colin, when you're talking about living soil organics and say what happens after the seed to get that joint to the customer. And I'd add in sunshine if I could, if it was sun-kissed LSO, whether there was a light assist in there or not, but as long as the sun got to touch the plant, I think that's pretty important. And then the curing, the harvesting and the curing, and then the grinding and the care of the grind and that particle size. Take it away, Adam. What happens once you've got that particle size, the art of a perfect pre-roll?
Well, I think controlling the environment becomes a really important factor, right? It's so easy once you grind up weed for that moisture. Like you started a clock, right? And moisture starts escaping, and what escapes with moisture, as we all know, are volatiles, our terpenes, our flavor, right? And understanding what the environmentals need to be, and keeping your production space and maintaining your product all the way through the production cycle becomes critical to ensuring that when it ultimately gets to the customer, we as manufacturers, as participants in the space, have done everything to maintain that product integrity all the way through. So first things first, you have to control your environmentals. Then, of course, you go through manufacturing. There's several different ways that you can manufacture joints. Between everybody here, we probably all do it differently, frankly. And listen, that's okay. But what I can see very clearly here is that everybody, at least on this call, does so with passion and does so with great care. So at the very least, we've all got that. But in our case, we grind up our weed, we control our environment, we pack our joints, we pack it consistently and very efficiently. And what ends up is a product that then needs to be packaged thoughtfully. And this comes down to, what is the brand doing, right? Do they, are they investing in airtight packaging? Are they investing in packaging that doesn't let the product rattle around? Whatever it is, or vice versa. Maybe are they using humidity packs? And everybody sort of has a different opinion about that. I'll let sort of chat decide how they feel about humidity packs. I'm a bigger fan personally of just packaging properly and storing proper storage. But again,
I think it's an even deeper conversation, Adam. I think it has to do with bound and unbound water. And it gets deep.
You're correct.
Like it's a scientific discussion. It is not a simple. In fact, I have planned a very special bound and unbound water with the good folks at Canatrol. David is going to come in. He spent a lot of time with. He was in the charcuterie board industry. So believe it or not, meats and cheeses are also products that off gas flavorants and smells and odors and stuff. So he had to really learn about like, how do you somehow in the best way make that so that shit's not all disappearing like really fast.
At the end of the day, these are craft products, like fine wines and even well-brewed coffees, there's so many aspects to it. It's incredibly nuanced. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure we could literally wax poetic about this forever, about the perfect pre-roll. I mean, what is the perfect pre-roll, really?
Let's do it. Let's never stop. Let's go for the world record. Like 7 years from now, we're all still going to be on this podcast. One of the things we didn't talk about was the roux. And surprisingly enough, we haven't talked about the roux today. here on the pre-rolled joint. You guys must know the term roux, the ring of oil, R-O-O.
Of course. Yeah.
The old roux. We should talk about roux. But before we talk about roux, I need to share this because it's cool. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
That's sick.
Cool.
Wow.
I just made that while I was talking in chat, moderating the room, trimming my toenails. No, I'm just joking.
That's
That's
beautiful.
sweet, dude.
I like it. When you
Nice.
put on a hat.
I have a
Sick time.
question for on the filter aspect. So
Sorry, Colin, no questions today.
listen,
No,
I'm
just-
gonna have to grill you right now.
Okay.
I'm just
Let's
kidding.
do it.
I just want to know because you made this you'd made a comment that it's filtering. What is it filtering? Just so we can understand that.
Well, I haven't had the great opportunity to conduct my own analysis, and not that I'm qualified or have the ability to do that. I'm talking about commissioning it at
Sure.
a reliable
I've-
lab. Like maybe I've been
I've
looking at
personally,
Eurofin
I've
lab.
dissected them and looked at them under microscope, like, and then analyzed them under microscope. And it's definitely pulling out like mostly heavy tars, but there's a lot of fine particulate, micron size biomass and some ash that is also kind of contained within the fibrous material surface. I wouldn't say so much it's filtering it because the smoke isn't actually passing through it as much as it is passing over the surface.
Great.
So
What we're going to ask now is that considering you've looked at that and you've witnessed that, Marcus, could you take a couple of those filters in your ashtray, cut them open with a clean pair of scissors, and take some macroscopic photography of what you see in that filter? Is
I
that
could snap a few pictures.
What is
Okay.
it? What's the material of the filter made out of?
it's a paper fiber. It's a
Cellulose.
shredded paper fiber and repressed.
It'd be great to understand what is there just from a it's a chemical
Seems like it would be
constituent.
easy to get it tested.
we have COAs on the filter.
But
Yeah.
here's the thing, like
On the used
research I was
filters?
talking about, Colin, like I do want to see eventually university level emissions analysis white paper material going out about this filter. But what
Sure.
can we do in the meantime? Like between Creed and Marcus, we could put out a green paper pretty quick by the sounds of it.
Let's just smoke them. Smoking them is more fun.
So.
It's always
Yeah, I
my
mean,
favorite part.
so the science of it, Colin,
Maybe-
I'm not fully confident to talk on the material structure analysis and things like that, but
Got it.
what I've witnessed for myself is I did cut a couple open, and at that moment I was like, I don't think I'm going to smoke regular joints anymore because I've been like you, Marcus. I've been rolling my own my whole life, and it takes too long to put a filter in it, so I just roll them. But now that I've seen the filter when I cut it open, I'm a father, and I'm going to smoke PureFlowe now.
They swell quite a bit. You'll notice they become quite swollen after you peel the label back and take a look at it. It's it's expanding and it's absorbing. But like I said, it's impossible to remove undesirables without removing some desirables. I think it does change the experience a little bit. But in my opinion, it's positive. And like we were talking about before, from a standardization kind of outlook, it's one of the better options I've seen.
Sorry, I just think that you should release this filter as just 100 of them in a bag, because the
Okay.
shape, the shape and the airflow of it.
Rip one open.
It's very cool, and I mean, if I think about the filters you can buy for joints, you can buy 100 like little paper filters in a bag, and the kind of
Yeah.
like the raw ones, or you can get those whatever. You can also get cigarette filters, 100 of them in a bag, and people tried to do that and it sucked and whatever. Even as a pre-roller, as a volume consumer, commercial manufacturer, I do believe that there will always be a market of people who do like to roll their own joints and prefer to roll their own joints. I know that I'm one of them. So to be able to buy these and roll my own joint, I think there's probably a segment of the market there that is worth exploring, because I would use this to roll joint. Like it does exactly what it's supposed to do. And if there is a scientific benefit, if there is a real health benefit to using these over any other filter, then why wouldn't I buy 50 of these at a time or 100 of them at a time and keep it in my bag just like I would the little pack, the little like paper filter thing, right?
Or you could do your custom hand roll-esque machine roll pre-roll that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do because it's an all-in-one thing that you're offering now. But
Yeah, I
you know,
agree.
This is a brand new product. Brand new.
I'm not saying today. I'm not saying
No,
today.
no,
you know.
I appreciate that, and trust me, there's a lot of discussion about different directions this product can go. But right now, focused on the B2B supply cone that's pre-manufactured, ready for hand filling or automation or semi-automation and everything in between. So we did get a full set of sample packs in finally a couple weeks back. So right now the product's offered in 3 paper types, which is white, brown, and organic hemp. And so the organic hemp is kind of like an off-white. It's a cream. I'd say it's in between white and brown. And then we're doing 3 standard sizes, which is the King 109, the medium 98, and the 1Q 84 with the 26 size filter. So that's one standard filter is available in 3 sizes and 3 paper types. We've got all the samples in stock in Vancouver, British Columbia. So all you got to do is reach out to us via the website or email or whatever we can do to get in touch with each other. And we're welcome to share these samples far and wide. We want to get more and more feedback happening. That seems to be the magic, Bubble Man, right now. Is that what you're thinking?
You want to give some packs away? Because I can, we can do that real quick through Nightbot here. I can share the screen. The only real trouble is making sure when someone wins in the chat room that they send an email to an easy email, not some complex, super long email, because we want them to be able to email right away saying, I am so-and-so in the chat room. Then I usually give them like a small sentence of words to say, so I can confirm. Otherwise, anyone can email you and say, I won on Bubble Man's World and I was, Spencer, whatever.
So should I put an email in the chat? Is that what you're saying?
If you want to give some of these away, yeah, just a simple email. Bingo will share it over and over again. And the rule is simple. I will throw up Nightbot. How we do it is basically the people who are chatting. Like right now, there's only 6 people since I started it, because those are the only 6 people that have chatted. So each time someone posts a word in the chat, they get entered into this.
Thanks for joining, Colin. Really nice working with you today.
Yeah, pleasure. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. And I can't wait to try it and perhaps use it.
So how about we make it real easy, Marcus? The first 6 people to email that email, sales@stellarjays.com,
super,
is going to get a pack of organic hemp 1Q pre-roll filters in the mail next week. So super easy. I appreciate that, because we do want to.
What's the email again?
We're going to talk about sales@stellarjays.com. So that's SALES, sales@stellar, STELLARJS.com.
Perfect. That's awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for coming out. That was a 4-hour solid conversation for Hash Church today on pre-rolled joints. I appreciate each and every one of you making the time. And, this is every Sunday here. We do this. We get together and we go down the rabbit hole as deep as we possibly can go. And, to be honest, Colin, you got to admit, over the years, as many conversations as we had, I don't think we've ever had a conversation about joints the way we did today. So that was pretty cool. And I smoked a joint for the first time ever on Hash Church, which was also pretty cool. So
Yeah, I thought this was Hash Church, man. I thought we were gonna be talking about fucking exotic melts and fucking rare.
well, you know, I snuck it in
I'm
here
gonna
and
ask
there.
a quick one. I know we got to wrap up here, Marcus, but that logo you showed us, the deadhead crystal hash church, I'd like to get that on a t-shirt, and on the back it says I smoked a joint on Hash Church.
Nice.
If we could
Nice.
get 10 of those to distribute to this panel, that'd be pretty dope.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad at all.
I would wear one of those.
Yeah.
That'd be
Awesome.
dope. That was a great logo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For what it's
Yeah.
worth. You throw like you could do a lot with that. That was pretty cool.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Well, that is
it's been a blast, guys. I gotta sign off, but it's been great attending Hash Church for my first time, and thanks to everybody that contributed. It was a super
Dude.
dope conversation.
4 hours
Thanks,
of Hash
great.
Learned a
Church
lot
after
of
9
things
hours
today.
of clubbing.
It's really it's really
Yeah.
refreshing to talk to people who care and know what they're talking about. So really, I agree with you, Creed. Thank you. And Marcus, thank you for making this podcast possible. And Kyle, for inviting me on. And guys, everybody, it was a refreshing conversation.
Awesome,
Thanks,
everybody. Have a good one. Thanks for coming on. See you next time on Hash Church. Peace out.
Bye.
Peace.
So.
Later.
PureFlowe. PureFlowe.
Recording stopped.
Recordings.